everybody. Hello, 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 Village fam. Welcome, welcome. Is today Wednesday? I'm getting my dates crossed here. Yeah, today is Wednesday. Happy hump day. Hey, Amaka is the first. Amaka. Champagne for you. Champagne for you. Champagne for brand new food. Champagne for highly favored. Champagne for everyone. You get a champagne. You get a champagne. You get a bottle of champagne. Hey, welcome, welcome. So good to see you guys again. Oh, we are here again, highly favored. Aluta continua. We move, we move, we move. Nothing they stop us. We day here, now here we day. Welcome, Heart Desire. Welcome. Good evening. Ishaw. Welcome, sir. Good evening, sir. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's so good to be here today. BBMJ, my sister of life. Welcome. Good to see you. It's so good to see everyone today. How na do it? They happen. When they play, when they play, when they play. How na day? How work today? How you feeling today? I hope the cold no dey affect you now. I hope you guys are keeping warm, taking it easy, drinking your tea or whatever else you like to drink. That's good. That's good. I'm so glad to be here today, guys. Chike, sir, good evening, sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Village Farm. Una know what time it is. I no even need to tell una already know. The Twitter spaces have been heating up back to back. Hey, since our very own president-elect dropped mic yesterday. People are still trying to recover. They're still trying to figure it out. Omo, that thing is sweet, my belly. Oh. I don't go buy fresh popcorn for the event that will unfold. Hey. Abeg enter. Muna carry una palm wine by the side, if that's your thing. Tea by the side, if that's your thing. Juice, as they say, by the side, if that's your thing, man. Oh yeah, make we crack this nut today. In fact, make I first start with our very own. Mona, let me know when I see my screen, because we are getting started right away. May God help me. I don't want to take for here today. But we go do am bear. If una fit see my screen, Mona, let me know. Welcome, Nelly. Welcome. Google and Ekpa. Correct. Can you guys see my screen? You guys let me know if you can see my. Please don't forget to like as you come in. Abeg o, make una help me save my voice today. Save the voice today, abeg. And mona abeg use super chat biko. Mona like, mona use super chat. You understand? Una know the drill now. As I remember, I go dey remind una. And I know say my sisters for comment section go dey remind una as well. So abeg mona like, mona dey match the like with the views. Mona dey match am with the views. Can you guys see my screen? Okay, great. All right, let's get started. Let me move this back a little bit. Okay.
Thank you so much, everyone, for staying with us right here on the program. Earlier on, we spoke with Mr. Joe Ajaero, the NLC president, and afterwards, we were speaking with Mr. Daniel Bwala, who is with us virtually from London. And here we have the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Dati Baba Ahmed. Stay with me, Mr. Daniel Bwala. Let's come to Abuja studio with the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party. Thank you so much, and it's good to have you tonight on the program. Well, let me first and foremost, let's begin the conversation around your own view of the outcome of the presidential election.
Sad, unfortunate, tragic. all promises that were made, dashed, failed, hopes dashed. On a Wednesday before that Saturday, we attended the signing ceremony in which the INEC chairman so bravely spoke and in which Mr. President also spoke. We should have known better. We always know better. But when you are dealing with authority, you have, and you're a law-abiding citizen, your only option is to continue to have hope. But we've been having hopes for 8 years now. Promise after promise was failed. They promised beavers will work on Wednesday. They switched it off on Saturday. They promised electronic transmission on Wednesday. They failed it on Saturday. Mr. President said all he could, but all we have to do is to look at their antecedents and just come out and say the truth. These are people who just practically do not even know what they are promising. They promised better security for Nigeria. 8 years now have not been able to. Better economy, no. Fight corruption. Nigeria is the most corrupt era for Nigeria now. And therefore, if they failed to deliver the credible elections that they promised, it should come as little wonder to us. However, they're still calling it a credible election, which reinforces my belief that, clinically speaking, they don't even know what they're doing. They just say things in the air. Credibility, they have honor, they have zero honor, they say they have honor. They force people to say that they are leaving behind a legacy. What legacy are you leaving behind with all the poor state that Nigeria is in? That is my view. But let's keep that aside and go to what is really facing Nigeria now, if you would. Can I go ahead?
Yeah. Just, I'd like to just get one or two things off the table. You mentioned this, it looks to me that you generalize the issues, but Nigerians would like to know in what areas that you have your disappointment about the process. Is it with INEC? Is it with the beavers? Did the beavers work, or was it the IREF? Because a lot of people will say maybe the beavers worked, but the IREF, the transmission of results, was the problem. Where do you think that the promises did not match the performance?
The arrogant INEC chairman and the incompetent president of Nigeria, I'm very, very sorry to say. The chairman should not have engaged in what he did. At the height of administrative rascality and official arrogance, sneak in the hour of 4 a.m., arrogate himself the power to interpret a section of the Constitution that needs no interpretation. Section 134 comes already interpreted, and recklessly proceeds to declare and issue a certificate of return. And our dear Mr. President, who is probably paying back a promise that Tinubu extracted from him way back in 2014, when they added their money and their votes for him to become president of Nigeria way back then. And now they reminded him, you promised to give it back to us. And he has no choice than maybe, well, they promised, okay, give it to them. He could not stand for righteousness. And it is clear, with this president, anything can go, and you can give it a different name. These are the places I'm disappointed in. But I really, really want us to come to what is facing Nigeria now, if you may.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and, but of course,
there are
your party, just for a moment, your
Mm-hmm.
party had gone to court petitioning the outcome of that election. What are your expectations? And I'm asking this because your party came third. So in that sense, what are the hopes and aspirations of your party and your principal and yourself? What do you think will come out of that election? What are your prayers?
It's good we always finish qualifying what we're saying. When you say we came third according to the results released by INEC. Yes. In reality, we came first. With the data, with the collated results on IREV and with our agents and everything that we have.
Have you collated that?
We
on your
have,
own?
yes.
You've tabulated it?
Yes.
What are the figures telling you?
We won the election.
INEC declared 6 million plus for you.
Yes, but we got the highest number of votes.
By how many votes?
It's in the region of 8 million, but when the lawyers are handling that, I don't want to give a figure right now. We came first, so just to correct you, whatever we say is good, we fully clear it. Yes, we've gone to court, and the lawyers are handling it. What is facing Nigeria now? Nigeria is officially in a state of constitutional crisis. We're not realizing that yet.
What do you mean by that?
Thank you. A certificate of return has been issued to a so-called president-elect unconstitutionally. There are therefore two meanings, two interpretations, and two understandings of the declaration made. One is that one by INEC. One is that one of the people. When I said of the people is whoever can read section 134 of the Constitution and take a position, then we are entitled to our own view of what crisis is facing Nigeria now. The certificate of return issued to Alhaji Tinubu is a dud certificate. It is one certificate that breaches the provisions of section 134. Therefore, the requirements to be declared as president-elect have not been met by Tinubu Shetima ticket. The declaration, therefore, as it stands now, as far as the people of Nigeria who choose to adopt the literal, clear, interpreted meaning of section 134 is concerned, there is really no president-elect.
All right. So let's clarify.
Yes.
So section 134 suggests and puts to Nigeria.
Does not suggest, provides.
Yeah, provides what Nigerians should think about when they are electing a leader and the office of the president. And
showing you're wrong. You're wrong. It's not what they should say when they are electing a leader. Section 134 stipulates who to be declared an issued certificate of return. It is only that candidate that has scored the highest number of votes and at least 25% in each in at least two-thirds of the states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory.
All right.
Remember,
so I thought you were going to say something different from what I was going to read.
No. Each and now it is very clear. Tinubu does not have 25% in the FCT. We denied him. We got 61%. Atiku does not have 25% in the FCT. We denied both of them. By the clear, unambiguous provision of the Nigerian Constitution, which must not be breached, Tinubu has not satisfied the requirement to be declared president-elect. Accordingly, there is no president-elect for Nigeria now. I repeat, accordingly, there is no president-elect for Nigeria at the moment because the declared one violates the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I know what I'm saying. The Constitution is there in your presence, it's available. Everybody is reading it as I speak. I'm not therefore behaving illegally or unconstitutionally. To the contrary, I am supporting constitutionality. It is in fact better for the powers that be to go and create additional 6% out of thin air and rig it back to Tinubu and therefore swear him in on 25% than to go ahead and take the risk of swearing in a so-called president-elect that has not met the constitutional requirements.
Interesting. This conversation that, I mean, what you started saying, just for a moment, was one conversation I had with Mr. Olisa Agbakoba a few months ago when he was one of those who raised it and said, INEC need to come out to explain to Nigerians this second part of the provision of the Section 134 of the Constitution about a 25% in two-third of 36 states is 24.
Good.
Plus the FCT. Whether or not, if you meet that of the 25% of two-third of the state, which is 24, but if you fail to meet the FCT, what happens? That it was one major issue which is raised. Well, for the benefit of our viewers, let me just read quickly what Section 134 says. And it says, a candidate for an election to the office of the president shall be deemed to have been duly elected, where there being only 2 candidates for the election, he has a majority of votes cast at the election. That is the first provision. Then he has not less than 1/4 of the votes cast at the election in each of the least 2/3 of all the states in the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. That is a second provision.
Can I comment?
Go ahead, please.
This document you read is not a puzzle. It is in English. All levels that you wrote and I wrote and the justices and everybody that is a candidate wrote. It is law. The law is not a game for politicians to play. This document is not available for Yakubu to interpret that day. It is there for him to follow. The English is very clear. These are fundamental provisions of the Constitution. They come already interpreted. You cannot take a gun, shoot somebody, and then ask the family to go and get interpretation that you only fired your weapon and then it killed him. No. This Constitution is more than abundantly clear. It says and. Shehu, you know the meaning of and. We know the meaning of and. There is no justice beyond what is simplicity. Simplicity is justice. Simplicity is wisdom. Simplicity is knowledge.
All right. So that is an interpretation which you are giving.
Listen.
No, because there are other people who have
universal. There is a universal.
There are other people who have argued differently.
Go ahead.
And when Bola Tinubu was declared, he has a supporters. A lot of people were happy that he won the election. There were 38% of the votes cast were given to him. And those people are Nigerians
By INEC. I told you to be qualifying what you said, please. By INEC.
But that is what has been presented officially, except otherwise
now
disputed.
Now you have
otherwise
qualified
disputed.
It. Go ahead.
If it's otherwise disputed, because that is what is fact that we know now.
You have qualified it. Go
so
ahead.
That is your interpretation of this provision, because some other people argue differently.
Those who have argued differently ended up helping our case, because they say that there's a certain ruling which says the FCT is a state. Good. FCT is a state. Where is the each of 25% for FCT? It is not there. That constitutional requirement has not been met. That certificate of return is null and void and cannot be sworn in as president. And let me tell you, the way they are going, disregarding the calls of the people, violating the Constitution, let them even go ahead, even if they swear in Tinubu Shetima on 29th of May. They are swearing in an unconstitutional government. Nothing will change it. I am not a careless, reckless speaker. I am working with the Constitution there, that document, right, you just read. I'm following it. And I dare to tell you that swearing in Tinubu and Shetima is as good as swearing in the Nigerian army on 29th of May. If you swear in people that have not satisfied the requirement, you have, by so doing, ended democracy. The crisis I'm telling you now is that this, our democracy, is going to end by the way we are going. This democracy is going to end on the 29th of May, 2023. Please write it.
Those are extreme,
you know my
those
name.
Are extreme thoughts.
I am very, very happy to say it. You know my name. You introduced me.
Yeah.
Listen, don't stop.
No, I will, because those are extreme thoughts. You know why? Because there are allowable language to be used on television, especially as it relates to our nation and the unity of this country.
Put your question and let me answer you. Put
No,
your
so
question. I know what I'm saying.
If there is an official,
if you breach the Constitution,
but is it not left to the court to decide otherwise?
This is already decided by the courts.
But the authority in charge of the election gave a declaration.
Sherwin, if you are afraid for some things, don't ask for them.
I am not afraid. I will, as a citizen of the country, by the ethics and the guidelines of my profession, live by it.
Yes.
What is lawful? And I hope that you're a lawful citizen of the country.
Very, very
and so whatever the stipulation of the law guides, that if you are aggrieved about something, you go to the court to seek redress, isn't it?
This document is a product of the legal system. It has been signed into law by the President, Commander-in-Chief, Federal Republic of Nigeria. I believe in this document. That is why I'm so lawful. That is why I'm so confident. And that is why however extreme it is, Sheung, I am saying it on national TV. I don't like to take risks. I'm not taking any risks. Swearing in a ticket that has not met the constitutional requirements of the Constitution, okay, is ending democracy. Quote me on it.
That's your interpretation.
That is my interpretation, and that is indeed a correct interpretation. You cannot swear people who have not met the constitutional requirement. You can't do that. If you did it, you have done something unlawful, something unconstitutional. And I'm repeating it. Whoever does not meet the constitutional requirement must never be sworn in. You said my name. If you like, I can say it again. I'm Dr. Baba Ahmed. I'm not taking risks with my safety and with my life. But I'm repeating, swear in anybody who does not meet the constitutional requirements of our country, you are engaging in an unconstitutional act. Mr. President, do not hold that inauguration. CJ and your lordship, do not partake in unconstitutionality. I am taking these risks for the sake of my country. Yes, it is extreme, and I'm saying it. It was more extreme for Yakubu to issue that certificate. It was reckless. He's putting all our lives in danger. All of us. We're already at risk. So what is there again in me taking risks again? What have they not done against Nigeria? What have they not abused in Nigeria? Now they will take the Constitution where it is clear, it says, and get 24. After that, and FCT. They fail to get it. They are going to swear this man in, and I should be afraid? I will not be. I'm telling you that on the 29th of May, 2023, swear in Tinubu as this result is, you have ended democracy, whoever you are.
I mean, you say you're a lawful citizen.
I am.
So the judiciary...
The law in me is why I'm saying this.
Yeah, so the judiciary is the hope of the masses, is the hope of the common man. And if you look at what decision your party, your principal, and yourself are taking in going to the presidential election petition, it does look that you believe in one thing, that the judiciary will work. Do you?
I do. What you asked me is a different form of what others have asked me, as in if I trust them. But listen, take these three things I'm going to tell you. The law is not a game for politicians to play. The Constitution is not a puzzle for candidates to toy around with. Justices, their lordships, are not for politicians to refer.
Mama Eto,
if Shehu is not ready for blunt, why is he asking?
you know, since our VP ready for her.
Because number one, he not go fit stay with me be that oh.
You know go now. No, I don't know. This not only Rufai.
Not only Rufai Oseni.
Only Rufai. Make we listen finish. Make we hear the thing.
You don't want the blood story. Why are you asking?
That's attire.
Now me use my mouth to answer you. So why are you twisting it in my mouth? This is why I don't like Shehu.
I know myself, the guy, I don't know. I know they hard, but because now our VP, I say make I play am. But our VP handle am well. Make
But
we
that
just,
is the truth here.
yeah. When we watch and finish, Mama.
English, not be, they say A and B, not be the two together.
Absolutely. When we watch and finish, Mama Echo, you go get chance to
Some
talk.
people are going to give them blow for nose.
Mama Echo, hold on, hold on. Hold on.
Other politicians too. That is wrong. That is wrong. This is classically what is going on now.
But do you have faith in the courts?
I do not.
Why so?
There is a sitting Senate president who contested presidency and lost, and today he is declared senator. And the laws of Nigeria does not allow you to contest two offices. I was contesting governorship in Kaduna, but I withdrew before the contest. And that is why I was nominated as vice presidential candidate on this ticket. Electoral Act violated. Every other act violated. Promises violated. Now they are inching to violate the Constitution to the extent that they will even swear in a president who has not met the constitutional requirement. We should sit down and be afraid and not talk about it. No way.
So if you say
No way.
if you say you do not believe in the courts, so why did you proceed to the courts then?
That is no reason for us not to go. Because I have said it many times, history is full of first times. There may be a first time that the court system will work. Remember, I have suffered from the legal system. My House of Reps, my Senate, and everything I accepted. Nothing I can do. And that's to underscore the law in me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm a law-promoting citizen. That is the more reason I keep telling you, I keep speaking in extreme ways. And I'm not violating your ethics. I'm more ethical than many people who have been here before to come and tell lies, because I'm speaking the truth. The Constitution says each of, that is 24. After that, and you come and tell me that, go and get interpretation. This is an interpreted document. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is an interpreted document. Let's get academic. If, for example, Section 134 had said that shall have scored 25% in 2/3 and the FCT, and then you get a very popular candidate who now scores 100% of the states, and then the opponent goes to say, the Constitution says 2/3 of the states, and this man went to score in all the states, declare him invalid. That is where the justices, their lordships, can say, no, we hereby interpret it to mean this. But it has been so diligent, there is nothing left out there. 25% in each of at least 2/3 of the states of the Federation, which are 36, and the FCT. Who has time to waste? Nobody has time to waste. You come and rig elections, bastardize the system, then tell people to go for interpretation? No way.
You think the election of 25th of February was rigged?
It was rigged.
What about some of your candidates in the National Assembly who won their seats? There are at least 6 of them or so.
Any of them who
the
rigged
Senate
should be taken to the court and have it taken away. I'm talking of presidential election.
Does he interpret? You think that the presidential election was rigged?
It was rigged.
Even the 6 million plus vote that you have, was it rigged also?
It was not rigged.
So that the lawful votes that you got?
It was not rigged. Remember, you're talking of electoral matters. I'm talking of constitutional matters.
So yeah, I'm asking the question because
two different
if you say that the election was rigged.
The election was rigged.
So
it should have been stopped. Remember, we called for the coalition to stop. Don't forget that, Shehu.
Absolutely. But the question I'm asking,
listen,
Mr. Dati, the question I'm asking, if you say the election is rigged, you got 6 million votes.
Yes.
If you're going to court to challenge the vote, you'll be challenging based on the vote that you have.
We got more than 6 million votes. And in the process, we cried out, stop this coalition, stop. The election did not hold. Election is made of 4 things. It is made up of the voting of lawful citizens. exercising their civic responsibilities. Collation according to the guidelines and the Electoral Act. Transmission of the results according to the guidelines and the Electoral Act. Then collation according to the Electoral Act itself, and then declaration according to the Constitution. But the Electoral Act borrowed that section from the Constitution and applied it in there. After voting, all hell was let loose. What they promised us 3 days earlier on Wednesday was that there would be electronic transmission immediately from the polling units. And it is there in INEC guidelines and the Electoral Act that no collation shall be made without reference to the IREV. They were collating without reference to IREV. So we cried out, stop this, stop this. The election is already going bad. Stop it. They didn't. 4 a.m. has never happened in the history of Nigeria. After adjourning, without specifying the time, 4 a.m., a so-called INEC chairman sneaked to the collation center and announced the result and declared a winner. If you will now permit me, because I respect your rules so much, there's a word I wish to use. Who is a fool? I took your permission. No Nigerian is a fool. You cheat us this way and tell us go and get interpretation, go to court. Nigerians are law-abiding, self-respecting, peace-loving citizens. Right. You have heard about organized private sector. I have heard about organized crime. And in our petition, there is something that has to do with organized crime. Drug peddling, drug everything is the epitome of organized crime. In America's 1930s, there was Ben Segal, a murderous individual who controlled the state. Only in the 1980s, I always his name, Pablo Escobar, he threw a justice from a helicopter down to earth. Pablo Escobar. Now, recently, you have the case of El Chapo in prison but correcting. We have it written in black and white from a US courthouse that someone somewhere once forfeited $460,000 and is now a president-elect in Nigeria, the world's greatest black nation. In the United States, Nigerians have the highest educated expatriates. And this is the best we can do.
Let's bring home this conversation. I'd like to ask, it does look, from what your opponents are saying, that you only believe in the courts if it's in your favor.
Not true. Not true at all. Listen, the most important thing now is that it is not even in our own interest to stop the swearing in of an unconstitutional government. And as far as we're concerned, you cannot swear in an unconstitutional government, therefore don't swear it in. It's not in our interest. And if you don't do that, we don't know what is going to happen.
All right.
Do you understand?
Let me get you.
We are more after correctness. We are after the system working.
All right.
We're after justice being served. Sheung, in case people don't know, who loves politics? It is a nightmare. Your job, the job you're doing is better than mine. Politics is not nice. We're not enjoying it. I'm not enjoying it for sure. Maybe Shetima Tinubu are enjoying it. I'm not enjoying it.
Oh, why did you
at all? Because it is a call of duty. I need to protect my country. I need to protect the future of the generations coming up. There is no future.
Are you losing hope in that?
I am. With the kind of leaders coming up in Nigeria, I am losing hope.
What would be your final thought tonight?
There must never be an unconstitutional government sworn in Nigeria. And this is just the beginning. I am saying it now. Let it be careless, let it be reckless, let it be extreme. It is the truth. It is there in that constitution you read.
All right.
What I'm saying, an unconstitutional government must never, ever be sworn in, because that is the end of democracy anywhere.
Mr. Dati Baba Ahmed, you have your say and your views on this matter. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we go.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Including me, you, all of us. Or the one way we know. Take this person, put her for here, now here you belong. Take the other one, put her for the other middle, and take the other one, put her for the last. I'm talking in riddles, but I know someone will get me now after I play this video. So, because for me, I don't arrange my own figure. I want to see how I want to arrange my own figure after you watch this video. It's a very, very serious video, but let's listen to it. God bless you.
It is said that there are always three kinds of people in any given society. This threefold distinction has been noted and made by notable sociologists and public intellectuals. But this threefold distinction of the three kinds of people, it was first identified and first stated by the supporters and founders of democracy in ancient Greece. For the Greek people, the people who in many ways gave us the modern civilized world, for the Greek people, the first kind of people in any given society are the idiots. For the Greeks, the idiot is not necessarily someone who is mentally deficient. Rather, for ancient Greek people, the idiot, they said, is someone who is a totally private person, a totally self-centered person, and a totally selfish person. They called him the idiot. The idiot, he is always out for his personal gain and his personal interests. He does not have a public philosophy. He has no knowledge, no skill, no character, and no virtues to be able to live and to be able to contribute in a flourishing society and community. He's all out for his personal pleasures and for his personal treasures. And the Greeks said that the idiot was just an upgraded barbarian, the first kind of person, the idiot. But the
So the first kind of person, the idiot, I be more gonna write it down. I also not able to na pen. I'm gonna write it down. Because I need to answer them. Comment section, I'm gonna the answer them. So now the hear them. But I will be patiently waiting for my panelists make the answer them properly for us.
But the Greeks also said that there is a second kind of people in any given society. And the Greeks called these people the tribes people. When we say tribes people, we don't necessarily mean the fact of belonging to a certain tribe, which is a good thing. But when they use the word tribes people, the Greeks meant a tribal and a tribalistic mentality. And the Greeks said that tribes people are those people who are not able to think beyond their small tribe or their small groups. For tribes people, their primary allegiance, their only allegiance, and their ultimate allegiance is to their tribe. Their tribe is their God, and their religion is tribalism. And tribes people, the Greeks said, are always afraid of things that are different, that are a little alien to them. They are always suspicious and fearful. And they always dealt with different people and difficult situations with intimidation, with force, and with violence. And the Greeks also said that the ideal person for tribes people is the warrior, because tribes people are a war-making people. Their ideal is the warrior. But it was not so for the Greeks. For the Greeks, there was another kind of people, another kind of a person, and that was the ideal person. And the Greeks called this ideal person the citizen.
So the third one are the citizen, right? Okay, we'll move on.
The citizen. And here when we use the word citizen, we are not talking about legal status or political status. We are talking about the idea and the ideal of citizenship. And who is the citizen? The citizen, according to the Greeks, is someone who has the skills and the knowledge to live a public life, who is able to live a life of civility. The citizen recognizes that he or she is a member of a commonwealth and thus strives for the common good. That is the citizen. The citizen, yes, he or she knows his or her rights in a society, but he or she also knows his or her responsibilities to society. The citizen can fight for his rights, but always with an awareness of and with a respect for the rights and interests of others, of their neighbors, of the smallest of minorities, and of the worst of their enemies. And it is citizens, the Greeks said, that make up a civilized society, because citizens settle their differences with civility. So they produce a civilized society, a society that truly lives up to the name, to the meaning of the name society. Society literally means friendship and friendliness. That is the threefold distinction that the Greeks have given us. That is the choice that each and every individual, wherever he or she may be, has to make in a society. And I believe that that is the choice that starkly faces us Naga people today. Will we be idiots living only for ourselves? Will we be tribalistic tribes people, unable to think beyond our tribes and our small groups? Or will we be citizens? Citizens in the best sense of the word. Today, on this historic day, I believe I want to make my choice. And I also believe that you will want to make your choice. And I hope you and I will take that right choice. And it is with that hope that I want to finally address you, ladies and gentlemen, as my fellow Naga citizens. May God bless you, and may God bless our Naga people.
Wow.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
All right, let's talk. Let's talk. Mr. Isho Oluwa, welcome. Good to have you. Can you hear me? You're on mute, Mr. Isho Oluwa. Okay, he's not ready. Mama Echo.
Yes, my sister.
Okay, Mr. Isho Oluwa, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Omoy's corner. You are doing a great job. And yesterday, I'm sorry, yesterday I slept off. You know, I know I joined the screen, but I slept off.
I figured it wasn't only you. It wasn't
I,
only
when I woke up, my phone was like hot. I was like, I just said, "Oh, what happened? What really happened?" All right.
yeah.
Yes. Based on, let me respond on this clip that you just played. Based on the clip you just played,
Yes.
citizens, I can classify people in this in this forum as citizens like Mommy Echo, Omoye's Corner, Isho Olua, and all the obedient movement, obedient family, our president-elect, Peter Obi, Dati Ahmed Baba, Kenneth Okonkwo, this Aisha Yusufu, these are, calibers of people you can classify as a citizen. Why the other Emiloko group are those people that you can classify as bigotry, and those ones that are is it bigotry, um, the liars, those ones, even they are not even they are not even the category of the other two, because they are worse than that. They are satanic. They are, when you say somebody is satanic, those people, APC, we know PDP is, PDP is not better, but APC, those people are possessed. They are possessed by evil spirit. They don't even care. They hate their fellow human being. Can you just imagine how they slaughter people in Lagos? They slaughter people in the River State. Wike is also among those people. They are among the Milokos. Even the Mekano is among the other two group. So for the clip by our vice president elect, Dr. Dati Ahmed Baba, you see, is a man that is fearless. This is the caliber of, vice president that you can beat your chest. You say yes, that when he comes on board, that you will be so proud that yes, I have somebody, I have a man in that caliber. What he had just spoken is, we have gotten to that extent. Because I always say this, that when you push somebody to the wall, like if you are pursuing a goat now, it gets to the wall, what is he going to do? It's going to turn at you. This is where we are today, because it's as good as handing over to a military government. It's as good as handing over to military government, because this is on. You can't live without constitution. It has not met the constitution requirement that is stipulated in INEC regulations. Okay, let's forget about the other ones, which we know that yes, we'll get to that. The drug law, the fake certificate, but that Abuja, it is there for everybody to see. Mamu does not. I call him Mumu Yakubu. He's not even. I don't call him Mahmoud anymore. I call him Mumu Yakubu. Because he's just behaving like a mala mumu, like all these goat, all these Hausa goat. How can you see something that is in a black and white, in a plain English language? You don't even need to stress yourself to go to judiciary for interpretation. It has been interpreted according to great Dr. Ahmed Baba. It has been interpreted. So going to judiciary for interpretation is not necessary, because this is their plan all through. They have already planned that. As I said earlier on, that they were expecting that we are coming through beavers. That was why they purposely hit the beavers from our reach. Like, where I think, because I imagine that if Mahmoud is going to sleep, he will just hold the beaver's hand to his chest like he's sleeping with the beavers. So they were prepared. That is what I might like. If I see that, I say, I think all these INEC officials, if they are going to sleep, they will put beavers in their chest. They would just hold it very close. They were prepared in that aspect, but the way great Peter Obi the Rock came, he hit them where they never expected. Now everybody is running heter scatter. Everybody is now everywhere. There's fire on the mountain. You
That's
know,
true.
when Keyamu,
Just
when
send,
Christos
just
Keyamu
send
was
their
telling
account.
Dino, when they were saying that when Jungle mature, now Jungle has matured. So who is now the king of the jungle? Jungle he's now mature. So where let's see where the running away from that country will not save him. Local. It will not save him at all because we are not even talking about just reclaiming our mandate. We are talking about destroying that, that structure of criminality. Like when the great Peter Obi said, I am coming to destroy the structure of criminality, this is what he meant. It's not just getting the mandate, but crippling these, non-entities, these people that have held this country bound for a very long time. Once this case is over, you will see that a lot of all these politicians, they will even regret that. Why did they even allow, the Rock, Peter Obi, to come into this, into the game? Because they made the mistake. They never saw it coming.
They
They
didn't see
made
it
the
coming. Yeah,
they
they could
they
have
made the
predicted
greatest mistake.
it.
Because Ngige warned them when they were jubilating. Ngige said, "Don't jubilate yet, because I know this man that keeping it the 3 days that he kept quiet. He said, don't jubilate yet, because this man that you people you are toying with, you are playing with, is very very smart, and he's coming back." So even when Ngige made that, everybody was like, "What can he do? This is Nigeria." They didn't know that Ngige has already dealt with, so he knows what he was talking about. And Fayoshe, when Fayoshe said again that, man, Obi is smarter than everyone on that, on that ballot. They were thinking that he was just talking like, he talks too much. But these people, they really know, these two people, they really know the caliber of person in Peter Obi. Because that man is a man that we need this time. You can imagine having, the Rock, Peter Obi, and Dati in the affairs of Nigeria. You will be proud anywhere you are. You will be proud when you are walking in the street of anywhere in this world. You will be beating your chest that, yes, I have this person.
Absolutely.
I have this
Yeah.
person.
Yeah. Just
And
yeah, if you can just wrap up in 1 minute so I can go to the next
okay,
person.
yeah. I'm sorry, I'm taking long.
That's
For this, why this case is very, very interesting. I like today. I'm like, when I woke up today, I was just smart because yesterday I have not gone deep. Like when I reviewed it this early morning, I said, man, this is a really long. It's going to be a long journey, because what is interesting is that FBI is going to be involved. The University of Chicago, Illinois is going to be involved. So he's dragging the whole world into this. Now you and I will be interested. Every international community will be interested. And when this case is going on, you see that CNN, BBC, Fox, everybody will carry this to life, because now the Nigeria now is like the center of this world now. During this process, people will see a lot of wonder. Let me see how these judges will come and thwart this process. Let's see, in the presence of FBI, in the presence of all the CIA, you
all
know.
right.
Let's see how they're going to thwart this thing. By the time all their information will be revealed in the public space, they will know the people they are dealing with. Man,
Yeah.
let me eat now for other people. I'm so happy today,
Thank you.
honestly.
I know. Thank you. I can tell. Thank you very much, Mr. Isholua. Thank you. Mama
Yeah.
Echo. Oh yeah, on mute. Oh. You will enter with all guns blazing. Oh yeah. Mama Echo, you dey mute. Oh. Abi you don waka comot for where your mic dey. Okay, oh well, let me come to BB. Mama Echo never ready. Oh, okay. Mama Echo is back. Ah, yeah, oh, we know dey hear you.
As shey una ready for dis thing? I don't know what some of them, I don't know what Shehu go do when he finishes a career for channel. Then he go begin to listen to all this thing when he do. I don't know how he's going to resume
Journalism
there.
work they do. Now I see person post Mirabel post comment say Shehu is doing his job. His job is to question the interviewed and speak the mind of opponents. So this gives Dati the opportunity to defend his convictions and convince the confused. Shehu agrees with everything Dati says or refuses to question him, then it wouldn't be an effective interview. That's our
I am
darling.
not saying that's not right. But
Mm.
does Shehu do that to Tutu?
When other, that's the thing.
So if it's not, if it's so kind of question, it's not, it doesn't cross everywhere, then it's bias. When he want interview Abubakar, he go carry their ben like kitty, go sit down for his house.
Exactly.
If he want do Tutu, they go bend. So when have they ever gone to the Obi's house to interview him?
Never.
Have they ever get to Dati's house to interview? So why are they partial with this kind of this thing? And you
That's
tell me
what-
he's doing his job. He's not doing any his job. Oh. If he was doing his job, he should have been ready for the honest answer.
Exactly.
Chief Tinubu, nobody did pursue you. They say, the Bible said, the wicked run it when no one pursued them. Olon thief mounted finish. Olon na say make they not go court. No, only they say make they go court. They go court finish. They go court finish. Only what is wrong? I like her. I'm looking forward to the way we go dance the dance where they dance for Abia State.
I'm telling you. Oh, I'm happy for them. Oh.
I
Happy for them.
come.
Mm.
Abia State governor. Hey, if you do anyhow for that seat, Allah. You see this, my children, when I follow you wrong today, they dance, and they go remove you. We not they wait for 4 years again, no.
At
No, they
all.
wait for 4 years. As soon as we discover, say, you know, they do the rightful thing, we go start the constitutional process of removing you. Because if we be doing nothing, we would have stopped this impunity since. But it good. When man go right for up, he go fall by force. Everybody don't chop impunity as food. Now everybody don't tire. Everybody don't ready now for a change.
Yes. It's tiring. Everybody don't tire. Your life is not safe. You they do business, you can't, is frustrated, no light, no water, no good hospitals, no better medicine. It's tiring. How long person want to do that one for? Children go school, come out, no work.
See, not be even that one. This election, yeah. Now when I see the video of if that boy, maybe around 7, 8, maybe around that 7, you know, say the children for here they big.
Yeah.
The boy they cry. We don't want to know. I say don't finish. I say don't finish. Picking when they born for Nigeria, picking when they born for America. If they cry, say no want to know for Nigeria. Now you say don't finish now.
Yes, now.
Now you say don't finish. And the way the children here, they carry matter for head. That's it. If not for anything, for the sake of these innocent ones,
Yes.
for the sake of this innocent boy that believe in the Nigeria he was not born, that believe in a Nigeria my father and mother came from, that is looking forward to go to Nigeria tomorrow, and is crying that Tinubu cannot be his president. For a child like this to understand, And so grown-up adult come dey begin dey talk rubbish. Then the video of the one when that little girl went blind. Father, we don't, and she was crying.
Yeah.
So if little children could see Tinubu not fit to be their president, what if we say we don't graduate? We don't graduate, we not get work. Some, especially the young men, some of them don't override to marry. They're not fit married because they never even fit themselves. Those days when young men finish university, the next thing I work, the next thing they won't talk of marry. But this day, oh my shell. If somebody tell me say a time will come in our country that our impunity go dey smell for our nose like this.
I no go believe am.
The impunity has started before. But this one
deteriorated. He make am Baba Blue make am worse. He make am worse because of the kind of evil from inside of him. Now you don't infiltrate him and boo boo. Whether na boo boo dey there, whether na only God know, allegedly.
You know, say all of that when did this boo boo not fit take react? When did make a never fit talk? They hold am for broadcast for something.
Of course, they hold am. They hold am well.
They hold am for broadcast for something. Now, I better make I understand something. El-Rufai, they go collect Supreme Court judgment. Make them use old note and new note. Boo Boo and Mefele, they not answer them for a very long time. Until they go show two of them, waiting that they hold them for broadcast. Two of them come at the same day. Say, okay, make una use both the Naira, the old one, and the new one till December. And yet, people still go to the bank, no money.
No money. But you know how many they spoil? How much money they destroy? Those old notes, if you see bags upon bags of old notes when they destroy, when they turn around and say people feel you. No, Nigerians
but wait,
are wicked.
Wait, no. You sure say that destruction money now from CBN? Now, you sure say that destruction money? Wait, make I finish my question. Is that from the federal CBN or from the private CBN?
That's something I can't answer. That's true. That's a point.
Because we get two types of CBN. No?
That's true.
Federal CBN and private CBN.
Yes.
And I'm not sure say federal CBN don't start to destroy money. And private CBN not go destroy money, come put her for public domain like that.
You know guarantee they not fit do. I not fit take.
No, listen. Federal CBN. They don't destroy money all these days. Abi?
Yep, I'm assuming. Yep.
We know they see her. I can guarantee you, those money when you see, now from private CBN. Because they not fit carry and go bank. They don't fit keep her. And they don't know, say, they don't rule, say, they don't want 500 and 1,000.
Right.
If you look that money very well, it comprises of 500 and 1,000.
Yes.
And if public CBN won't destroy, it go destroy 15 naira, it go destroy 29. Did you understand my logic here?
Yeah.
That money has none of this other denomination. So that money when you see, now private CBN get that.
Yeah.
But wait, do you know more here? The people that destroy that money, they never pay some staff for their state.
They pay?
They never pay some some pensioner for their state.
They never nothing.
They now pay some contractor for their state.
Mm.
Kò ní dáa fún gbogbo wọn sẹ́.
You say,
Do you know how many people in their state? How many primary school when rain dey fall, children dey under dey go school?
nothing dey the school, no chair, no table, nothing. On top of the rain too.
You see, the impunity is too much. It's too much.
It's too much. It's
Remember, all these people ain't get privacy bill. All of them, they collect security votes. They run into billions every month. I beg. What did they use the security vote for? It just be the security vote. It be like in an office. Maybe you be director of this. The concept you bring the budget of the things where you go spend for the office. Then there's what they call miscellaneous. Abi?
Mm-hmm.
Security vote for Nigeria space. Now miscellaneous. You know, say miscellaneous, you know they account for exactly what you can do.
Of course.
And security vote with that.
Hmm.
If you ask each of them, what did they do with security vote? Nothing. And every month they go waka kelebe go Abuja go collect them. And yes, primary school is an eyesore. Secondary school, nothing. University, hey. Oh my shit. Before we be there ask, how did we get here? How did we get here? We don't know how we get here.
Yes, so.
The terrorist group of APC.
Exactly.
He's all brought Nigeria to where
Now he bring up where he did.
every time when something can say, you go say, how did we get here? How did we? Now this very one now expose the terrorist group.
Yes.
Now, did you observe that during this election, did Boko Haram operate?
You know, operate too.
Did Fulani herdsmen operate?
For where we not to hear of them like that.
Did kidnapper operate like that?
No, we not to hear like that too.
So that means people behind all this is
And the ones running. Oh.
They are the ringleaders.
Hey.
So when we report them as terrorist group, we are correct. They are behind every havoc that's been going on in Nigeria. All the killings, they are the ones sponsoring everything. How did they? Kuje prison. Who break into her? Boko Haram.
Till today, we don't know.
How can they break into Kuje prison? Every security wearing there. They operated neatly. Father,
Mama,
we know that you are giving us our mandate.
Yes.
Please, when Obidati enter, give them wisdom and knowledge and understanding how to clean up these people.
It's
because if they not clean their heart, they go recruit their Boko Haram again.
Exactly. No, there's no two way. Now, what's going to happen with that? They go just make everybody Islamic. Everybody they wear burqa. Now that one they be plan. God forbid.
But do you know the thing that Yoruba people sorry to use that language today? Do you know what they don't know? To know, even though they swear and it won't last.
It not go last. It's clear.
Because Shetima already talk. The time when he go wear that coat when they do display up and down. Listen to the speech when he make in that this thing. He
Yes.
said he go bring the chief security officer.
Yes.
And who is the chief security officer by our constitution? The president.
Yep.
So
It
the
talk
only thing wey go take a make chief security officer now for 2-2 to peme.
Yep.
So what are we talking here?
Mm.
So invariably, now the senior officer of Boko Haram will take over. So the Fulanization agenda never happened with that.
Don't happen now.
So it won't stand.
Well, they were already celebrating. There were some pages where they were already said they don't they change the flag of Nigeria, they put that their
Okay.
own and this thing put for inside.
Okay.
They were already
So-
celebrating, They come with the tell people say they go cry river. Say they
So
don't
my analysis of 2-2 is a correct one.
it is. It is. They were already celebrating, some of them.
Okay.
Now because they here every day, we gotta fight. Mama Echo, thank you very much. Make I come to BB. BB, oh, sister.
Hello.
Okay.
How now? I salute everybody.
I
Oh,
can't
Mama
hear
H.
you.
At least
Thank-
that they happy. Every person voice not as strong now.
Yes, so
I'm so happy.
in fact, my
I'm
body.
sorry, if not for some days when I enter China, they list everybody they moody. The heart
Mama
is so
Echo.
heavy.
Because see what people they look for front now, you not rich. When you go think about, because nobody, the truth be say people don't realize what these people have planned for them. Not be better thing. When
But
you
you
think
see, Amoye,
Mm.
I am happy. You can you at least if nothing, for the very first time, Nigeria speaks as Nigeria,
Yes, that's true.
not as Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba.
No,
For the first time, we are united.
yes,
We are seeing ourselves as Nigeria.
yes,
We are seeing ourselves as human beings first, then Nigeria.
yes.
For the very first time.
This is true.
So the crisis has helped to shaping our mind
Yep,
and unite us. And I'm grateful for that.
absolutely. No, you're right. Thank you very much, Mama Echo. BBO, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome to the live.
Thank you. Good evening, Mama H.O., and greetings to members of the panel and people
Good
in the
evening,
comment
sweetheart.
section. How are you, Ma?
Fine. How was your day?
Cold but good.
Wonderful, good. Yeah.
This speech, I won't call it a speech. That he was schooling Sheung because Sheung had to be schooled. So he got his schooling. But there were so many beautiful things that man said that I totally agreed with. The little insights about the citizenship in the schools here, they give awards to children. They could give them award for being the most tidy, being the most person that comes to school early, all of that. But a lot of times, all the kids always aspire to one award, and that is the citizenship award. Because the citizenship award giving to a child, it doesn't matter how brilliant you are or how dull you are. When you get the citizenship award, that means you excel, and all the teachers agree. And it can only be one person. So it's a very, very important award. And it was interesting. The man had to relate that to how we are and how we should be as citizens. Basically, looking out for your next door neighbor in every form and every way, which Agbado has not done in any way. Selfish to the fact that even with a failing health that may not take you anywhere, but you damn all of that, excuse my French, and decide that your interest is what you want to focus on, not even thinking about his own immediate family. Because like that is said, politics is not a game for the faint-hearted. And so I dance towards that. But more interestingly is the fact that they cannot even interpret what they have in front of them, which is the constitution that is in black and white and straight to the point to understand. I got a lot of schooling from these little things and understand so very basic things. So to hear that interviewer that made a complete 100% full of himself in front of not just the national TV, but the international audience. I mean, if I were him, I would go back to school to learn how to do the job well. So I think, you know, this is not just going to be a journey of now. This is going to shape so many things in so many ways. It's going to shape the whole country. It's going to test the faith of the judges. It's going to test the faith of the media back home, because they have been keeping so many things under the table for fear of their jobs, for fear of whoever owns the station. So this is going to test so many things. And I hate to see Nigeria in this kind of state, in this world stage, because it can either be completely good or completely bad. Unfortunately, there's no sitting in the middle on this. It's going to be either extremely fantastic or extremely bad. And from what everybody's saying, from the evidence on the ground, from people's analysis, it is going to be totally woeful for them. Because you can't look at everybody. It's okay to call all the Nigerians a fool that we can't see. But how are you going to interpret that in the world stage? And then they say every day now for the thief, one day now for the owner of the house. This man has played this game for so very long a time. And finally, it's catching up with him. But it's catching up with him in such a terrible way. When you are on your world's biggest stage, is where they are going to expose all your crimes. I mean, if anybody has any iota of love for him, they should just pull him back and tell him, you know what? Just stay quiet. Just pass it away. Don't get this big disgrace, because that is what they will remember you for. If you've ever done any good, nobody will remember that good. It is this last thing that they will use in remembering you. So whatever legacy you thought you built, down the drain for just the singular act of selfishness. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Bibi. Now, wow. You know what? I'm happy, I'm here for it. I want it to all play out in the world stage. Since he wants to dance naked in the market square, I'm here for it. Shettima, Yakubu, all of them. Look at the devastation that they unleashed on the people. People have died because of election. You know how many people, as if when we know they war. I'm here for it. Let them drag it. I'm here. Let the whole world see what happens in a society that does not get its structure right. This is what is coming out with all this movement. We are learning right now. Our eyes are open to the messed up system that we have back home. Since that's what they want now, since they no gree use their common sense, give the owner of the thing you own. Hey, let's take it there. I want them to wash all his dirty linens of drugs and all. If that is what is what, and that's going to help us get our mandate, I'm here for it. Yeah, people. Obina, welcome, oh. Welcome. How you doing? Obina, can you hear us? You're on mute.
Okay. I'm fine and good, and I say good morning to everybody there. And is an unfolding morning, and I'm hopeful that is a brighter morning coming. So, and I want to thank everyone in Omoye for this opportunity to share hope, because each time I listen to I listen from comment section, or I come into to be among the panel. I also leaving the panel, leaving the program, a changed person that I have come. So it's a privilege, and I pray that the Almighty God will continue to strengthen you both materially and intellectually, and to give you the strength to carry on. Okay, so
very much.
So coming to the clips we have watched, you know, I don't really understand the channels nowadays, because I think and I'm hopeful that they're going to lose that yearly best of television station of the year in Nigeria, because this time around they are not doing a good job. I think Arise News is going to overtake them, because if you look at Sheu's interview with Festus Kayamo concerning the indictment of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu by the United States concerning his drug dealing in America, we discovered that Shehu made the mix of the whole interview, so that he was unable to. He was just buying every lie Festus was dishing out to him, with a total inability to question or discover the likes of Festus Kayamo, so that subsequently later on somebody, I think he should be, I don't really know, it was yesterday that I was opportune to listen to Maya Ogun's program, so that I was able to see somebody who refuted and was able to discover that most of the responses by Festus Kayamo were lies, with a lot of evidence. Festus Kayamo told Shehu that nobody indicted him, that it was a kind of a call for settlement, that but that person was able to prove him wrong, and you can see the image, the way he has actually dented the image of China. So that is by the way, and I want us to know that Nigeria is going through a social change. Okay, there is I was opportune to read a book of sociology while I was in school. I came across a French sociologist called Montesquieu. I don't really know if I'm able to pronounce that word correctly, but he said something. He said that there are some events that happen in a society. He called them social events that take place in a society, and when they come into society, they disrupt the old social structure, so that a social change will take place. So that's exactly what is ongoing in Nigeria. The old order is shaken to its roots, so that people are yearning for a new order. People are tired of the way our politicians, condition us to live the way we are living. People are fed up of having the abilities to, change their individual and family lives, so that the government prevents them by their lawlessness and corruption, stop them from achieving and attaining the height of that potential, so that most of Nigerians are like a bird that is caught and put in a cage. And when he looks through the cage, he could see other birds flying free, who has probably the less strength to soar into the air than he has. But somehow something has barricaded him and is putting him to an stake, so that he cannot be able to fly. that is the way, I don't know, but that is the way I feel. And I want to take that as, in a general form, that is how majority of Nigerians are feeling. So that, I usually follow American prison system. Okay, so that I discover that some people will say that this literal injection, the way of, that is a very simple and peaceful way to die than the, the pains those criminals inflict on their victims. But if you look at the psychological aspect of being in a prison for so many years, waiting for the day that probably the state will, sign your execution, you discover that the person might have died so many years before the actual execution. So that's the way our politicians have made us feel. We are great people. We are a great nation. We have all it takes to be among the reckoning nations of the world. But our system has actually, denied us the opportunities and the privilege. And it's so sad. But I know that there is a change ongoing, and we should keep to it. And, the fact that I think is the most celebrated aspect of the journey so far, that we are able to file a petition in the court at the tail end of the deadline, and we are in the court, and unexpectedly to them, what they thought, they thought that we are going to be coming, the angle they thought we are going to be taking up the case. They are shaking to their root. They are surprised to the point that is not actually where we are coming from. And I think our principal, the entire obedient movement should understand that it is not just by our doing, that the hand of the Almighty is upon this journey, and there is a success ahead of us, and God is going to grant it, because a lot of things are happening. Like I said, it's not really the victory that is not really the victory that we are awaiting that is our achievement. We have achieved a lot already. So that now I was opportune to hear and watch clip online on the ongoing protest in our NEC office in Abuja, so that I witnessed Muslim and Christians praying together. It has never happened before. Nobody has ever witnessed such an event before in Nigeria, and it's taking place, and the world is witnessing it. So I thank God and I appreciate God, and I pray that the Almighty should continue to link us and grant us whatever connection that is needed for the success of these court processes.
Thank you very much, Mr. My brother Obina. Thank you. Well said. I really appreciate your contributions. Everyone, I've appreciated everybody's contribution. I just wanted to play this this happy moment from Abia State, so that we can all get to see it. I'm so happy for them. I believe that this is how we're all going to rejoice when Peter Obi comes in. I'm so happy for them, man. My God. I say, Kai. Hey, now like this we go take rejoice. So make I play this one for now. Another woman, one woman they went just the joy. May that man not mess up, oh. May that man not mess up. Alex Oti. As they don't elect you, so you better work for the people, oh.
Uh, the thing is that he wouldn't even have that privilege to mess up because according to our principal, after the election, they have a gathering to meet, okay? So that
Yeah.
they'll be guided on how to proceed whatever on their individual.
Yeah. Now that's
So
true.
they wouldn't have that opportunity. They will not give them that
They're
knowledge.
going to have a democracy class to teach them what it means to serve the people or what. Yeah. So I believe, but we still need to say what we gotta say. And this is the
Yeah.
lady who said, Professor Nena Oti. She's worth celebrating. This woman in Abia State, she's the one who delivered this election. She said apparently the chairman of INEC called her and gave her instructions on what she should do. She stood her ground and said the pastor and the woman in her will never allow her go against the people's mandate. So she's worth this I think they said this was an old video. This was when they just made her vice chancellor of the Federal University of Technology or something. Man, I'm so happy it's so good to see this. And this woman right here, this chairman of Labour Party in Lagos, Biko, kudos to this woman. See this woman right here in the middle? My. Hey! This woman a powerhouse on her own.
I'm telling you, Omoye.
One that
Firebrand.
Sorry, say that again, Obina. Sorry.
I said firebrand.
Firebrand. Now she not made the fit thief Peter Obi election for Lagos, even though there's still thief farm. Now she put this woman, I doff my cap for her. Hey, I say women, we get women, women rise up. No. She's been going to hospitals, they've been visiting all the victims of Togri in Nigeria, in Lagos. She's been going from hospital, paying their bills, taking care of the ones they need to take care of. The ones where they pass away, they make no. This woman are all in one government. Now you they look for years so.
But by the time the Rock comes in, I think we should recommend this woman as the INEC chairman, not the Mumu Yakubu.
Yes, we have to recognize them. See celebration, Abia State. Oh God, make we celebrate like this to the whole of Nigeria. Look at the joy on people. This is now how Nigeria go expect. Hey, God, I can't wait.
Like Lagos State, Abia State has been under the siege of these Ojos Okalo. So that's why they are actually filled with joy to see that regime overthrown.
If I can add a little bit of thing to what Oga been about Abia State. So many moons ago, I did my youth service in Abia State.
Mm-hmm.
When I tell you this man is, when you go to dictionary to look for the definition of corruption, the first thing they should put there is Ojus Okalu. That's how, and I was a youth copper then, and I served in the broadcasting house. And believe me, They would give us things to read
Mhm.
when we're on air. He would come with whoever it is that he wants to do whatever crap with, and come and pass envelope. Of course, as copper, get mouth and just to follow instructions.
Right.
Then go just come, give you the paper. Your guy don't collect the envelope. You go there, look. You for your small mind go no say the way you want read so no correct. As they try to make you read the original thing where they give you. Now so one person will carry eye take look you. I mean, yes, it was so glaring. Then his wife and the wife of the the deputy governor were not friends, and they did not hide it. Now for main road, then they stand take fight. As in the coppers, they separate fights. That is how bad it was. And what
My
was it?
goodness.
Honestly, what was it over? Over Obirin.
Hey.
Over Obirin. Who be the Obirin? The copper Sean. They bring come.
Yes.
See, I mean, get one of our copper friends, maybe in right man pally where they supply and people. I remember one time this boy talk say, and that thing stuck with me for life because I could not coming from a place where things worked well. I could not understand how one person can be that selfish to your fellow human being in siphoning funds. This boy said, by the time this man will finish this in tenure, he go whole Abia State like cake. Take picture. Those were his expressions because he had siphoned. And we needed, when we would go out to get news and reports, I always wondered why in the heaven's name is this Aba road like this?
Hey.
See, the amount of vultures. I had never seen a vulture in my life before. I only heard it by name. When I saw the thing on top of the one of my colleagues can say, no severe vulture did at that place 9 clean pass. Now look the boy. I say, your head correct. So see all the dirty way they here. Instead, inside that nyama, people go they sell market. People go they sell food. People go they do orishi. Hey, the man did not care. It was all about him, what he could get, his cronies that could agree with him, because not a lot of people agreed with him. He could not care one bit. So when I saw how they danced, oh my goodness, I could feel their relief because Ojuzo Kalu was the one that started the downward hill of that state, honestly. And it has not been the same. So I hope when he gets into power, the very first thing he's going to do is to clear that pile of rubbish on Abia.
Hey, see another. Hey, freedom. Hey, look at what freedom looks like. Look at the woman I was talking about, Mrs. Nnena Oti. That's her right here. Beautiful woman too. Beautiful woman.
She has the last name like the person that has been elected. Are they related? Do you know?
No, that one has double T. She has only one T in her name.
This one is from Ebonyi State. It's from Afikpo local government in Ebonyi State.
Yeah, that's what he said. She's from Afikpo local government. Yeah. Hey, man. Truth, my dear. No matter what, stand for the truth.
I heard that they offered her a lot of money. She rejected
100 million. They offered her 100 million.
She rejected it.
She rejected it.
Meanwhile, they did not have money to pay workers that needed money, but they had money to give out for nonsense.
Exactly.
even this Enugu state myself, if not that they rigged the election, they're supposed to liberate it from what is his name? Chimaroke Naman.
Naman
They
is a
rigged
gangster.
Yes.
They rigged it, but by the
Rigged the
grace of God,
election.
they will take it back. Because it wasn't him that won. Wasn't
Yes.
he the man that his brother was assassinated? That one.
No, he won. That one won. Now I'm talking about
No,
the
that one is a senator now. That one won.
Oh, okay, that one was a Senate. Oh,
House of Rep. His House of Rep.
my goodness. I'm just so happy with all these people.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Senate. Rest in peace, Senate. Rest in peace,
This one, they are keep by bearing PDP. There's a massive jubilation in the streets of Abia as PDP laid to rest. Hey, see happiness. So people they happy. Hey, they happy.
Do you know people slept in INEC office because of that result?
Yeah.
Yes, now they brought cooking equipment, food items. They were cooking there. They slept in INEC office.
Hey.
And it actually paid off anyway, because if not that, their resilience, but they could have tempered with the result. And also coupled with God sent like Nimna.
Yeah. See another video of joy. Share joy. Hey, I'm happy for them. Oh, hey, oh, I not feel wait. See jubilation for streets. Yay.
By the time we reclaim our mandate, you will see.
Kai, this is what freedom looks like. Hey, God. Ah, wow. Oh, people go dey happy everywhere. Abeg o, make our own, make the noise of our sound loud. Hey, make it be this year nítorí Ọlọ́run.
So that when we must have reclaimed our mandate, even you guys outside the court will come for the celebration now.
What you dey talk?
Now carnival now. I say me on my own, I go give away. And the PDP and APC no go get to. I know will be them family.
Seriously.
Christopher, no worry. You hear say your governor dey fight o. Gbadebo say laye in dey go court to bring it on. The guy say nothing. So everything go turn around o. Honestly, we just need to fight for everything.
Yes, now both there's one immediate now. We go collect everything from them.
I have a question, please.
Go ahead.
So what's going to happen to Olumide, or I think the person that was supposed to be contesting for the same seat with Desmond? Because I read somewhere that his name was not included in the amongst the names. So is that going to be, because nobody has brought it up yet? What is going to happen?
He will have to pursue it now. He wants
to pursue it in court. That's what I heard, but we don't know yet. You know, all these things are all up in the air until Peter Obi gets his mandate, really, to be honest. Because the way it is right now,
but shouldn't people be talking about that one? Because it's as if nobody's even bringing it up or asking questions.
He should, but he hasn't even given
He
it.
will be the one to take it up now.
He will be the one to take it up. He has to give a conference, just like Gbadebo came out and gave a conference about his own. Let me actually find that video. Gbadebo came out and gave a talk. Like he's not, but they didn't win.
And you know, they actually wounded that guy before the election.
Exactly, right? Yeah, they did. Okay, so look at Gbadebo. So, say, make I kill you. Okay, let me listen. So Olumide has to do the same thing. He has to. I don't know if that's where they kill cow in the middle of the road, though. Abia State. I don't know. Does anybody know that?
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, neither am I. Efrat, Mrs. Omorege, I'm going to be sharing my link shortly. Let me just share it now. Okay. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
The governorship candidate of Labour Party, Gbadebo Rhodes-Viver, is addressing a World Press Conference to address irregularities arising from the governorship election in Lagos. Let's cross live to the event.
Good afternoon, Lagos. I start by once again thanking Lagosians for their courage, for making decisions based on hope and resisting fear that the ruling party tried to put in them. They came out in spite of all of that, and they showed remarkable courage. And I want to thank Lagos for that. Our message from when we first started and still till today, both His Excellency Peter Obi and myself, has always been about empathy, love, good governance that is both open and accountable. Yesterday, I spent my day visiting victims of Saturday's state-backed terrorism and violence. From Abule Ado to Surulere to Apapa to Ikeja, I met with young men and women that had bullets lodged in their chin, in their face. Just as about to come and take a seat here, I was told that one of our polling agents from Ward K1 in Trade Fair just passed away. I saw people with lacerations, cut all over their body, young men with fractured legs that we had to pay over 800,000 for their surgery. And I want to take this moment to reach out to all of these people that in spite of all the attempts to put fear in them, they stood against it and came out in hope and courage. That I am with you. We are with you. Myself, my deputy governor, the party, we are together, we are with you, we are by your side. And it is not just lip service. Today we launched the platform called grvcares2023.com. Please, anyone that has been a victim of electoral violence, log onto this website, upload evidence of this violence, upload your hospital bills, upload a police report if you have it, and we will offset your hospital bills. Because empathy and love is not just lip service, it's in the action. Love is action. And for people that came out in hope and courage, we are going to show that we stand by you, we value you, and we appreciate you. Yesterday, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu called for healing. But healing cannot happen without justice. The APC unleashed evil on Lagosians, spiritually with their fetish diabolic rites that were done during the day, and physically with violence that was unleashed on all Lagosians. There's an attempt to make this seem as though it was a Yoruba versus Igbo situation, and it was limited to certain areas, but it was widespread across the whole of Lagos, from Koshofe to Shomolu to Ikeja. Everybody was affected. Everybody was disenfranchised. Yet they want peace. But it's not really peace that they want. They want the peace of a graveyard. They want healing without addressing the issues of bringing justice. So they want the healing of the dead. The thrust of my message is not to the evil cult organization of the APC, but it is to the indigenous Lagosians and Lagosians at large. We cannot afford to have an agberocracy, a militant type of government in Lagos State. We all believe that we had gone past this type of politics. We all believe that democracy had been deepened. But we saw not just violence and diabolic means of trying to restrain and belittle the people of Lagos to create a one-party state, all the way from Ikoyi to Ikeja to Ikorodu, were all disenfranchised. They could not campaign based on their past record, so they stoked ethnic strife. For the ambition of one man and his cult, the entire credibility that INEC had built over the last 4 years was ripped into shreds in one day. For the ambition of one man and his cult, we saw our traditional institutions reduced to pawns, to tools, or rites that were supposed to be done at night and witnessed by only the people that have been initiated into the Oro institution, was being done during the day, invoking in broad daylight the spell that Senator Tinubu and his cult have used to keep Lagos bound. There was no election in Lagos State. It was violence at multiple levels, physically and diabolically. On this ambition, they sowed seeds that potentially can lead to things that we have seen in other countries like the Rwandan genocide. Seeds of discord, seeds that othered our neighbors and people that we have known and have balance and harmony in this state. My dear Lagosians, our enemy is not, they are not our neighbors or our visitors or fellow Lagosians, regardless of their diverse tongues. Our common enemy is violence, insecurity, poverty, stagnation, corruption, and underdevelopment. And the same people responsible for all the things I've listed weaponize poverty and ethnicity to distract us from their evil endeavors and diabolical activities. We will never have free and fair elections under a Tinubu presidency because we can see by their antecedents, you can predict what is to come. Instead, we'll have a military type one-party system that seeks to disenfranchise and suppress people as opposed to engaging the people, selling their mandate, accounting for the stewardship of whatever positions that they've had. We've seen it happen in presidential to a lesser extent, and we saw their entire vision for Lagos State on Saturday. They have tried to destroy years of delicately balanced ethnic relations, years of intermarriage and friendships, years of commerce, and years of building Lagos into the economic juggernaut that it is. I call on the silent majority, the decent and cultured Lagosians, to speak out. Silence in this regard is not golden. Silence in this regard is acceptance and support. And we cannot be silent. It is enough of the worst of us defining the rest of us. On Saturday, we saw the APC's vision for Lagos, an agberocracy, a government by the agberos, for the agberos, and for the thugs and people that choose to suppress the good people of Lagos. We were all victims. This was not a tribal thing. We were all victims, even as shielded as Ikoyi is, as shielded as VGC is, everybody, Yoruba, Igbo, South, Northerners even, in Isheri, they tried to discriminate against the Northerners that were obedient, that wanted to vote Labour Party. So this is not Igbo versus Yoruba. That's just a cloud that they are trying to use to hide their diabolical agenda for Lagos State. And this bureaucracy will affect us all, because the moment that we have thugs running affairs, we have thugs being enabled by the government, we have thugs carrying out state-backed terrorism, we have thugs that the police look the other side with their actions, we have thugs that carry out all sorts of violence against the people of Lagos. Anybody, you, I, will eventually be victims of this thing. It will not discriminate whether I speak Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo. It will not discriminate. Lawlessness will affect us all. And a society like Lagos was built on laws. We have the finest lawyers, the finest judges, the judiciary was birthed in Lagos State by a city of laws. And lawlessness has become the order of the day under the APC government. And we have seen their vision for Lagos. And we are going to fight it through all legal means, because now more than ever, Lagos is in desperate need for us to birth our Lagos. A Lagos that is accountable, a Lagos that is open, a Lagos where that is law-abiding, a Lagos that is holy, a Lagos that is pure, that believes in love and empathy, a Lagos where the people are allowed to express themselves regardless of who they want to vote for, a Lagos that will not be diabolically suppressed by evil people, a Lagos that will not be suppressed by violence, a Lagos that will not be suppressed by importing thugs from all over the Southwest to come and enact violence against the same people that you want to govern. It is time to end that Lagos. It's time for our Lagos.
There you go. The guy is pissed. You can tell. He's mad. His words, he can't even, it's not flowing from him because he's mad. He's one of those people who, when they're mad, it's just they rather not speak. But unfortunately, he's forced to speak because he's now a public persona. Well, he has been, but you can tell the man is very upset. And they've been visiting hospitals and paying. I think he said, is it in this video? He said they spent over 800,000.
Yeah, at the beginning of the clip.
At the beginning of the clip. I mean, it's crazy to me,
That's what that's
ahead,
the very guy that has a fractured leg. That's the person they paid over 800 or something thousand naira.
Wow.
And now
the medical expense in Nigeria is not for the faint-hearted.
I know, it's off though. Yeah,
because if you don't even have it, nobody would even talk to you.
Yes, that's
true. So for them, I felt that alone for me should tell any person or should show to anybody that these people are not just thinking of themselves. And frankly speaking, if you give people what they want, I don't think if you get a little reward for yourself, it's anything bad. And I say this without even thinking twice. If you give people water, you give people security, you give people good electricity, and you make the road pliable, everybody will want to find something to fend for themselves and not really care about what's going on. Not care in the sense that just give me what I can sustain myself with as long as I'm willing to work, and then provide jobs for people that are looking for work, and everybody will be happy. I mean, if you think about it, that's how it is here. You go about doing your thing.
they chop. Now, when person they work, they chop for you. Not be say, but at least you see where the money is going.
Exactly. Exactly.
Mr.
So
Let me quickly, sorry, Bibi, if you can just wrap up so I can come to the new people just
no,
coming.
that's what I just wanted to add.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mrs. Omorege, welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
So these are my thoughts, and I have so many things to say. I hope I remember everything. Now, I thank God for GRV. I thank God for the passion I'm seeing in him, because everybody knows he cool like ice water, like our president-elect.
No, I
So,
love the violence. I love
yeah.
the style of violence.
Yeah. I also like the human side of it when he's now saying to other people, if you were injured during the if you sustained any injury, come to us and we'll help you. Guess what?
Yes.
The number of people who are going to show up is just about to triple up. Okay. So that number is about to triple up, because a lot of people would have gone home and they would try to take care of the stuff in their house by themselves. So they're gonna, even including the APC people, way sustaining.
Of course.
I'll tell you. But I am so happy he mentioned he used some keywords, words like genocide, because what happened on that day actually is political ethnic cleansing.
Yes.
You understand? Just a little bit more, and people would have actually been there for the slaughter people, because those thugs were, in some areas it was reported that they say even this musician Kwam One also was using cane on people. Didn't you hear that?
Are you serious? I didn't
Yeah, people actually did. A couple of people did say that. So maybe
Yeah.
like for in areas.
Really? The same Kwam One?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, a couple of people did say that. So so here all it would take was just one machete. Okay, you Hausa, you Yoruba, you Igbo, whatever, and then that's how they keep people they go. How what happened in Rwanda with the genocide? How not to say it takes that? It was a broadcaster.
Wow.
Yeah. And it didn't just be like spirit. Let me tell you.
You don't even need to go far. Inside the country, civil war, Biafran war.
All right.
How many people they slaughter?
Oh, sure.
We don't need to even go far. We want that far.
We
supposed to get sense. But go ahead. I get what you mean, though.
Yeah. So I know a lot about, because my best friend for over 20 years is Igbo. She's from Anambra State. And occasionally when we speak from nowhere, she will recount all she went through. I think she's about 62 now. You understand? And how they, she would just from now, just quiet. I'm like, now nothing will be the talk before. She would just bring it in because she's reliving the memory of it.
Yeah, because they've never really healed, and they've never really
definitely not. So when people like the one way still our mandate, I don't want to call a name, begin to make me heal. I'm like, what the heck is he talking about? But all I know is this. All I know is, and I keep telling people, I've gone on my social media handles and I've said to people, now where they support evil and support bad thing. When it be say they join our oppressors, including them where they support them, staying in traffic for 5-6 hours in Lagos. By now, if not for corruption, we should be on our 7th mainland bridge. I'm telling you. So all those padded projects up and down, where they talk, say this, that, this, up and down. They use our money. They carry bullion van, they carry money entire inside their private compound. Okay? And all the taxes, so they tax market women, they suppress them. You know how many market women lose their shops over this?
I heard though.
Of course.
It's crazy.
You dare not speak. Because your lodger are dead.
Yes.
So where can I just feel like, but then there's a couple of things I'm concerned about. I just saw some clips of on some shows here and there where people were saying that it was looking as if the petition filed by our president-elect's legal team was kind of weak. In my mind, I'm like, how can it be weak? What are you talking about? He has what, 120 cents or how many cents, whatever. So they probably showed us what they wanted us to see. They're probably not giving us the whole picture of what is actually in the papers. I'm not sure if it's public content. So they were saying it was weak. People were saying they were hoping to see things like BVAS not working. What's the name of RFAs? What's the name of the other electronic thing? They were looking at so there's BVAS and there's another RF something.
IREV.
IREV. Okay, IREV. Yeah. So, and they were saying they were looking at seeing things like server and all that, but instead, Peter, the legal team chose to go after Tinubu on issues like the drug charges that were dropped in the US and all that. So why? Because they're saying that more or less when the case has been settled and has, and the person has paid his dues, whether in cash or kind, whether by going to jail or by settlement, it means that you cannot go back and address those issues. I don't know if I'm making sense. That's what this
my sister. Anybody, they're going to spin it however way it suits them.
Yeah.
The people that put the petition together, you think they don't know what they're doing? Now the US is involved. How about that? Now the FBI has to come and testify. How about that? Even though the case may not have any consequences for the man in question, how about him having to relive those dark times all over again?
Okay.
How about washing his dirty linens in public for the world to see? My dear, there's a lot of damage that will be done.
Yeah. And then
with our popcorn to watch.
Yeah. And then to our heroine actually, Madam Nena. We're grateful to her.
We
pray that she will be so compensated that she'll get much more than the 100 million that she was offered by, donations and in cash and in kind. You understand?
Generation
doesn't go.
Yeah. The type of what she did is something that for generations, even long.
I hope so.
They will know it really does.
I hope so, because Nigerians don't like better thing. They don't
no,
like
even if they don't like better thing. But me, I know when you do good, you don't know the seed. You don't know when you plant the seed and when it will germinate. That's one thing. You don't have to believe it, but it does happen.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Omorigi. Let me quickly come to Mr. J. Mr. J, welcome to the show. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Yes. Hello.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. So I few things to say about what's been going on. The speaker before me mentioned that they were saying that the case was weak. It wasn't very strong. Excuse me. I think this is where we have to look at it from a different angle. We have to remember that INEC, they stifled Obi. They didn't want him to get the evidence. They didn't want him to get it. They know the evidence are out there. They do know that. They know that if they open it up, the case will be it will be a slam dunk. So the deadline was approaching, and their goal was that we know. See, the thing is this: they know that they're wrong, and they know that the evidences are out there to prove that they were wrong or they are wrong. So what are they gonna do? Prevent the legal team from accessing the document. But even with what they were able to come up with, it's a win, honestly, because if you read it, it's a simple. I mean, you don't have to make it so too difficult to understand. It's a fact. They did this. They didn't transmit the result. They were overvoting in some places. 18,000 plus polling units results were blurred. That's enough reason to say, okay, let's put a stop to this process. Let's withdraw the certificate of president-elect, and let's see what's going on here. And that's basically what needs to happen, because the evidence is that they really need to prosecute this case, to actually make this case, to overturn this, is still with INEC. And it's until they get to the tribunal that the tribunal people will now say, okay, where is this? Where is that? And they will tell INEC to go provide those documents. And at that particular point, INEC will not have a choice than to go provide it. But as at this point, what they presented to INEC is enough to say stop. Now, if you look at the PDP's case, it seems a little bit different, but they all saying the same thing. So whatever LP's case doesn't really address, PDP will cover that side. But we know that LP will benefit at the end of the day from both cases, because Atiku is saying they should declare him the winner. No, at the end of the day, whatever Atiku's case is going to unravel, it's going to end up favoring LP. So it doesn't matter. So PDP can do whatever they want. And it also kind of puts substance to the case. Now you have two political parties filing a case, saying the same, actually four, saying the same thing. So I think we're going in the right direction. Now you're talking about the drug case. This is my personal opinion. I know that the drug case has been he has forfeited $460,000, and supposedly he's going to come out and say this case has been litigated, and guess what? Yeah, it's no longer an issue, and they're going to say, well, DSS looked into the background of everybody before they contested, and this and that. This is the thing. They want to paint a picture. The drug case is a picture. We know that they're not gonna disqualify him and say, hey, he's got a drug case because of that. That's it. No, we're painting the picture here. It's the story. They're telling a story. Look at this guy.
Exactly.
We don't know him. He went to Chicago State or whatever he went to with a forged certificate. And guess what? They will go down to the bottom of it.
Yep.
God's willing, Chicago State will come to testify and say, hopefully they have a class picture. They have somebody that will have a picture of that lady or whoever was in that called Bola Tinubu. If we're able to find that, look, this person is a crook. Look at what he did. He went to the extent of using somebody's identity. That's part of the picture we're painting. They look at it. He was involved. Remember, he never attested to the fact that he was involved in a drug case. Now, this time around, we are actually going to see the exact reason, the detail of what he did, that he forfeited $460,000. That's going to open up. That's a mind game on him as well. And also, it's a mind game on the justices. I mean, they've heard about this before. The justices have heard about this before. Now, guess what? This is going to make the world news. This is going to be, Nigeria is going to be on trial. The justice system in Nigeria is going to be on the world stage. We're going to put it out there that a drug lord, somebody like El Chapo, think about it, somebody in the class of Escobar is running to become the president of Nigeria. And he's been declared the president, and they're about to swear him in. So that particular history, we know he has gone to be the governor of Lagos State. We know, right? He's gone to become the governor of Lagos State, but that's not the president of Nigeria. Now, look at the act. Look at the crime they committed in this past election. This is like a major heist. This election, the way they did it, it was organized crime to the highest level. So look at his history as a drug baron. Look at what he did with his election. That's basically where I think that's why they lumped everything together. Shettima, they will look, the court will say, oh, no. The same thing, the same way they did the Senate President Lawan, that's the same way they're going to treat Shettima. The 2/3 of Abuja, I know the Supreme Court will find a way around it. But at the end of the day, it's the overvoting, the votes that were transferred to APC from LP. Those are the places where we're going to get a win. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ogaji. I want to quickly play this video before I come to Madam Victoria.
Sure.
Let me see. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah.
Now you can see it?
No, it's still blank. Okay, yes, come up now.
Okay.
You're welcome to today's broadcast. Sure Destiny TV, reaching people and touching lives.
Hello, Nigerians. How are you doing? This is your friend, Dr. Haruna Goro. I'm sure you're all doing fine. Anybody that has been in Nigeria or abroad following the happenings in Nigeria with the election, you will not tell me that things are going the way they should. Things are obviously wrong. Nigeria cannot continue like this. We cannot afford to give up now. We've gone too far. We want to take our nation back. We cannot afford to allow a few people who don't have a heart for this nation, a few people that do not care about the welfare of this nation to mortgage our future and the future of our children. And that's why we must never give up, because this is exactly what they want. They want to push us to the wall, frustrate us until we give up. Then they will continue to perpetuate the evil that they are known for. As I've been saying over and over, that if there's a time that we need to take our nation back from these political thieves and scavengers, it is not later, but now. We can't wait for 2027 or 2030, whatever. We have to do it when? Now. We saw in 2022 how the young people got up. They were all over the street. They were in halls. They were in stadium calling for a change. We have millions of graduates that are unemployed. Then before you know it, people are calling them Yahoo, Yahoo, Yahoo God. And it's really not that they want to do that. It's just a struggle for survival. And they're not the only ones that are suffering. We know the corruption that is going on in this nation is being clearly demonstrated during this 2023 election. When we thought that it was truly a genuine problem that INEC had with their servers with uploading the result real time, they promised that things were going to improve during the gubernatorial and state house of assembly election. But instead of improving, things got worse. And so where do we go from here is the question that people are asking. People are calling me. People are asking, doctor, what do we do now? We've done everything that we know to do. Young people invested the little resources they struggled to get. Unemployed people struggled and got money to support the change. We saw what happened with the obedient movement. There were no money bags. There was no person that was sponsoring them. Everything was self-sponsored. We know how Obi and Detty came out. They were not dashing out money that they are stolen. These were people of credibility. And they said, if you want to see change in your nation, then invest in your nation. And that's what many Nigerians did. They came out to vote for change. But instead of seeing the change, we have been taken about 2 decades backward. A lot of people are asking questions. So now what next? It was so obvious that this election was rigged. The insecurity that was there, ballot snatching, chasing people from the polling unit, returning officers were being forced to announce false results they had tampered with. It was not the genuine result, but because for their lives, and some of them were even bribed so that they can announce a winner that was actually a loser. It happened during the presidential election. We saw child voters. We saw people that were sitting in one place just thumbprinting and thumbprinting. We saw how people were disenfranchised and were locked out of the venue or the places where the election was taking place. We saw how the police, together with thugs, came to some polling unit, chased the people away, took the ballot boxes, and escaped with police cars. This happened in many places. People were disenfranchised. Some even lost their lives during the presidential election. And then we thought things were going to be different. But were they different? They became worse during the gubernatorial and the state house of assembly election. In fact, we've seen where some people were tearing their international passport. I cannot tear mine. I still believe in Nigeria. I'm just disgusted the way we have allowed a few greedy, evil people to hold this nation hostage. For how long are we going to allow these scavengers continue? People that stole and stole and stole, and they come back and use stolen money and bribe people, and people are there collecting money and selling their votes, allowing these people to come in again and govern for another 4 years. Imagine what kind of Nigeria you will have under Jagaban, under Tinubu and Shettima. Just imagine, in case you did not quite know and you allowed yourself to be bought, either as a returning officer, an INEC staff, a party agent, or whatever role you have played in this election. Just imagine the suffering for another 4 years. Is that what you want for Nigeria? I'm sure if you are given time to think, you will not connive with these people. You will not have agreed with these people to do this kind of evil and wickedness over the nation. Today, I just want to address what is our way forward. What should we do? Should we give up and say Nigeria is just too bad? Everybody should leave Nigeria. Where are we going to? Every nation has its own challenge. We have to stay in Nigeria and fix our nation. It's obvious that the elections were flawed. The elections were rigged. The elections were not free, fair, or credible. INEC was not serving the interests of Nigerians. They were serving the interests of APC and Tinubu. And this is being seen even in the gubernatorial election and State House of Assembly election, and the way the results were being announced, where you see an outright winner, but they will refuse to announce it because they are busy working on the figures to ensure APC emerges. Even in states that you know are PDP, even before we talk about Labour Party, obvious you know that these people are known to always vote for PDP. But what happened? They read the result. One would think that the way Nigerians have suffered under APC regime for these 4 years, that no right-thinking Nigerian will ever want them to stay in government another month after 29th of May. So, but you know what has just happened? Because of the rigging and the way APC has worked with INEC, they just handpicked different states who they want to continue in this evil governance. Even states that you would think they are sick and tired of APC, they have suffered so much. Do you know what has happened? Even such states that have suffered the evil effect of the APC government, you will see APC coming on top. So one is asking, how come now that people are tired and they are calling for change, why is it that it is during this time that APC is gaining more states, having more people in the different state house of assemblies? Is it that Nigerians have been hypnotized? No, I don't think so. It's just that these crooked politicians have decided they are not relinquishing power. They are not giving up. So they are doing everything to hold on to power so that they can continue to perpetuate their corruption. But I tell you, they will not go any further. The time has come. Nigerians are taking back their nation. So that's why you and I must stand and not give up, because they want us to get so exhausted, so tired, so frustrated that they decide, okay, let them just continue. They've already declared Tinubu as the winner. Let him continue. But we are not backing down. We are not surrendering. We are not giving up until we take the mandate that rightfully belongs to us Nigerians. Don't tear your passport. Don't run away out of the nation, because it's about to change and you will celebrate. I actually see Nigerians in diaspora returning to rebuild this nation that these political rogues have run to the ground. Nigeria will rise again. Nigerians will rise again. And we're going to have a nation that will be proud to call our own motherland. We will have nations of the world trooping in, flying into Nigeria because of the turnaround that is going to happen. I am confident it's about to happen. Don't allow this evil takeover that APC is busy with. How can they, after having perpetuated this evil that we have seen, many lives have been lost, the corruption is everywhere, division, nepotism, and the tyranny that they have inflicted this nation with, how will we just sit down and allow it to continue? Now, their scheme is to make sure they take over every state, even states that are obviously not in support of APC. Suddenly, they are using the same thing that they used during the presidential of uploading false results, declaring people that outrightly lost election, and they're just filling their name and those changing figures, taking the figures of the winner and giving it to the loser, making the loser the winner. INEC must show us the result of the different polling units or regional results. not the new one they have cooked up, because it's been rigged. What they have been doing in announcing many of the so-called winners is being a scam, is being rigged, it has been a false declaration. So we must take a stand. Can you imagine the whole nation, the different states, again being under the hand of APC for another 4 years? Now, with what has happened as a result of the presidential and the gubernatorial election, many people are now coming out. The young people are back to the street. This time around, it's not only young people, it's Nigerians that are angry. How come APC claim they have won the presidency and has also won many of the gubernatorial seats? How come the nation is not in celebration? But the nation is like in mourning, as if people have died. Now that the youth are back to the street, we shouldn't leave the youth to be the ones that should come out and demand for our mandate. Everybody from the north, south, east, and west, let's join them. And I want to warn you ahead of time. I know these people being crooks, these evil politicians, they are going to try and bribe some of you young people especially and tell you to go out for another counter protest in support of the candidates that have been declared. You know in your heart that the ones that they have declared as winners in most of the cases are not truly the winners. It's because of this whole thing about forcing themselves on Nigerians after having bribed people. And we're not going to stand and allow it to happen. So don't allow yourself to be bought by them and they get you on the street to do another counter protest as if you're in support of APC, in support of the government, and telling people they should not protest but accept the result. This is not the case of somebody winning or losing. It's a case of winners are being disenfranchised. It's a case of the mandate of winners is being robbed broad daylight by APC conniving and working together with INEC. And we must stand in defense. So go out, join them on the street, let the peaceful protest continue. No harm to any human being, no harm to property, because they are going to try and also send some thugs to join the peaceful protesters. And then they'll make it look as if some politicians that have lost have sent people out on the street. We all know that somebody like Peter Obi will not want people to go out on the street because he has already presented his case to the court and the election tribunal. So he will prefer to go that way. But this matter has gone beyond Peter Obi. It is Nigerians demanding that their mandate be not stolen and that they be not robbed of the chance of seeing the path of a new Nigeria. I call upon every Nigerian, go out in peaceful protest. All we are asking INEC to do is release the result, the original result, not the recreated result, not the false result that you are now using to declare people as winners. So that's my advice. But Nigerians, we are not giving up. We are not turning back. We're not looking back. We are taking our nation back, not later, but now. And I want to say thank you to those of you that have not given up. And even if you've been discouraged before, be encouraged again. It is still possible to take our nation back from these political scavengers. Their end has come. The rigging, the corruption with the election is too obvious for this case to be a lost case. So let's stand in defense. And I know the judiciary are going to do the right thing. I want to appreciate everybody that's part of the legal team that is standing in defense of true democracy in Nigeria. The lead counsel and all the lawyers that have volunteered their services, I remove my hat for you. Thank you for a great job. We are taking our nation back. We're going to see true justice. Let's take our nation back from these evil scavengers, from these evil roads, from these evil politicians. I know it is possible. So let's remain resolute. Let's do what we need to do. We do our own part with prayers. We trust God. I'm confident the birth of a new Nigeria, the time has come. And when a time for change comes, nothing can stop it. And no one is able to stop this movement. We are about to see the end of this evil grip over Nigeria, and we will see our nation free. Nigeria will become a place that all of us will be proud to call our own home. I want to say a very, very big thank you for your resilience, for your commitment, and your never giving up attitude. Remain resolute, remain faithful, remain committed, and remain excited as we look forward to seeing the regaining of our mandate, and the mandate that rightfully belongs to Peter Obi and Ahmed Yusuf, and also the different gubernatorial candidates, including the houses of assembly, the ones that they rob you of your mandate, broad daylight. Everything will be reversed soon. Thank you very much for watching this broadcast. I want you to share it with as many people as you can. Like the broadcast by so doing Facebook and YouTube.
All right. Okay. Madam Victoria, welcome to the show. Let's have your thoughts. You're on mute, though, Madam Victoria. We cannot hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
Yes, we can. Now we can.
Can you please skip me for now?
Absolutely. That's okay.
Thank
Sure. You can mute now. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Tunde, welcome. Welcome to the show. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. How you doing? How you guys doing?
We're good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Just said I should join you guys tonight again.
Well, welcome.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's have your thoughts. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I mean, though there's been a lot of mixed reaction since Obi filed his petition, and some people are kind of feeling that his prayers are not kind of strong enough, which, I mean, law is kind of funny. So sometimes we that don't really understand law just assume that you have to speak grammar in order to be able to pass your message across. So yeah, there's been a lot of misfeeling, but sometimes I kind of question myself that, hey, in 2019, when there was petition against Buhari regarding his certificate, what ended up happening after they went to court? Suddenly, the story just died down under the. I mean, it was swept under the grass. So it's kind of complicated, you know. It's very, very complicated. I'm not sure if a lot of people should, because I don't trust the legal system in Nigeria, and we know that Tinubu, believe me or not, is a master strategist. You might not believe it. He buys his way through everything. I wouldn't say he buys his way through everything, because I'm not sure if he pays people, but he's a very smart guy, either we like it or not. And for him to tell you, for Muhammad to tell you, go ahead and, go to court if you have any issue. And that plays out in every state. They tell you if you have issue, just go to court. I think the only person I've felt so far that I've not been compromised is, which I still feel that she's the hero of this democracy, is Professor Namani from Abia today. I don't know if you guys actually...
Professor Nnenna Oti.
Nnenna Oti. Yeah. So she's kind of the hero of, one of the heroes of the democracy, of our democracy today, because she refused to be compromised, based on her speech. That tells us a lot, that there's a lot going on the ground.
Right. So with regards to Tiff Nobu being a very smart guy, the day a smart guy is born, another smarter guy is born. It doesn't matter how smart he is. It doesn't matter how much strategy he has. It doesn't matter how much money he has. All that is going to turn to dust. He already is, because the day a strong man is born, a stronger man is also born. So I believe that this lawsuit is going to be his downfall. I don't care how strong he is.
You know why we are saying this? Because you are saying this as a layman. Because if you listen to this, there is this son that went to Channel TV, Kayode.
Yeah.
Yes, he said that this is a legal ambush, that whichever way Tinubu turn, that it will be caught, whichever way. Because we are saying it as just a layman. But son, people that understand the prayers, they are telling you that whichever way, because this will not be business as usual. You can imagine whereby FBI will come and testify.
Exactly.
And the University of Chicago will come and testify. Who is that justice that we say in the presence of FBI?
I actually watch under professor today is the guys from the East. He's a professor at Unilag. He's actually law professor. He was on Arise TV, which he was actually talking about the issue of, first of all, the issue of BB and also the issue of qualification. What determines qualification, or what determines qualification to be able to run for an election? You get what I'm saying? The issue of Tinubu's certificate. One, Tinubu. I went to I went to University of Chicago, Chicago State University for one semester. And share with you guys, he's my echoing.
Yes, you are.
Hold on.
Okay, it's not you. Can you unmute?
Okay, I think so. Okay, so I went to University of Chicago for one semester. Chicago State University, and I've seen his picture on one of the this billboard they always have around by the dorm, at like one of some of their graduate that is actually in high-ranking places all around the world, and I've seen his picture before there. Maybe graduated from there or he just went there. I do not know. But I've seen this picture there before when I think the dean of the school is I think Ogunleye or so. That was the dean.
Yeah,
of the
we
school.
don't care about that. The picture don't matter. People.
No,
who
I'm
have
just saying. I'm just saying. This was.
license.
No, I'm just talking.
I understand. I'm just also saying that people can
Okay.
buy those things are not new here. The people who have a lot of money, all they do is just contribute something to the school in a major way, and the picture is off. So that's not the point.
Right.
The point: did he go to the Chicago school, which the law court is going to prove, which we're all here for,
So,
right?
which
We're
is the
going to
reason
hear
why
all of that.
hopefully University of Chicago, because okay, what the guy was saying that the only person that can discredit your certificate is actually the university themselves.
And they're going to be coming. Absolutely, they're going to be subpoenaed.
It
Somebody will
seems this gentleman, you don't understand the man Peter Obi. Before he will come up, before we add that to the prayer, they have already gotten what they wanted.
Exactly.
There are
Well,
people.
so does that
There are
mean?
people that want to testify already. So
So
what are
do
you
you
talking
ever
about?
thought? You remember the last time I was on this show, we talked about Adeola Fayemo getting a transcript from the school.
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean he has somebody working in there releasing transcript?
I don't know.
That
Are you
transcript was not signed.
Just
Did
curious.
you see the
Are
result?
you here
It
to
was
collect?
not signed.
Wait, Mr. Isho, 1 second. Today, are you here to collect information, or you are here?
No,
I mean, are you
come on now. No, I mean, no. We are just rubbing mind. We are just rubbing
No,
mind.
let me tell you, this case is already in court. You're rubbing minds with people who are laymen here. Now,
Okay.
based on
No,
what we
we're all
know,
laymen. All of us are all laymen. We
based
don't
on
understand
what
much.
we
Yeah.
know, right? Based
Yeah.
on everything that's on ground right now,
Mhm.
everything, Mr. Peter Obi does not make a move unless he's sure. Everything that he has done is very, very strategic.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
we will do ourselves a lot of good and wait and watch the experts do their thing. You have to understand there are forensic people in his team. He has SANS in his team. He has lawyers with great high repute
All of
in
them are
his
all
team,
sad, truly.
right?
Yeah.
So my point is this:
Mhm.
we just have to wait to allow the experts, because all we're doing right now is just throwing out ideas and doing maybe what if, what not. We don't need all of that, We're just here to fine. He has filed the petition with the tribunal. Let the movie begin, because that's going to be my Netflix. Starting from when that tribunal goes live, it's going to be my Netflix series, as they call it, right?
Yeah.
So we
Just-
all need to wait for the experts to do right what they are experts in.
You see, just like what that San said yesterday, Barrister Coyote, he did mention that he hoped, because one, the did they call them jury or what they call them? The people that will be at the
The justice.
tribunal. Okay, the tribunal. Okay, so the tribunal, Like he was saying that he hoped that the tribunals are not going to be in the same hotel with INEC officials.
We don't care about that.
No,
we don't care. Those things are not important, Tunde. I don't understand. Those things are not important. Why do we care whether they know what they're going to do? Nigeria is a lawless country.
Yeah, those are the things we need to be talking. Those are the things we need to be saying.
No,
that we don't want this, we don't want that.
No. We shouldn't be wasting our time talking about that because the
But those are the people that will make decisions, though.
Yeah, the people that will make decisions know better than you. What do you want to say that will help them? Please, what? The people that you want to talk about, they already have every information that they need. What exactly do you think your addition is going to make to it? Did we all know when whether Peter Obi had anything to file? Were we not waiting? Were we all not jittery and saying, oh, time is going, as if as the tribunal, why has INEC not released this thing now? They didn't release anything on only 2 states, right? They only gave them access to 2 states. I'm not going to sit here and talk about who's going to stay next to who. Really? No, my brother.
They will release it when the time comes because the second prayers, from the second prayers, they have to prove how Tinubu got 8.7. So they will, by that time, they will provide that beaver that they'll be hiding. So don't worry about that. That's the second prayer. If you read that second prayer,
Hello.
Actually, read the prayer. Go to the petition. It's about 100 pages. Take your time to go ahead, Mr. Obina.
Yes, I have actually shared the links because I was on a live stream yesterday that I think Mayogun, he shared the link through which you can get the document. I've actually gone through I just scanned the document, but man, if it involves 5 prayers, so that even the issue of beavers is also one of the. I think it should be the 4th prayer then. So
no,
if
that
you
is the second prayer now. The second prayer.
I can't really remember, but I know that it's 5 prayer. It involves 5 prayers. So now, if you take your time to go through that document, man, it's well detailed. Like the few places I've gone through is detailed enough to, and most of the thing they are going to be doing will involve physical argument in the court. So they know what they are doing. And there is something I actually believe about our principal is that he doesn't make a move if he doesn't have what it takes to accomplish it. So I've known that about him, so that he takes his time, and every move he takes, every step he takes, he's sure that he has what it takes to accomplish it. Yeah.
Can I say something, Ms. Omoye?
Sure, Mr. J, go ahead.
So I was listening to the conversation of the gentleman earlier. So see, this is my opinion, and I always say this is my opinion. The only thing, whether they stay in the same hotel or whatever, who cares? That doesn't mean anything.
That's one of the things he actually mentioned yesterday.
So no, it doesn't matter whether they stay in the same hotel. Here's the thing: we're dealing with facts. Okay. We are not pleading, we are not begging them to please give me this, please do this. No, the evidences are going to be presented. The only thing that can save APC or INEC on this case is for the tribunal not to hear this case. If they don't hear this case, then they have won. But the moment they are hearing this case, because what is going to happen is this. They are going to ask for the evidences. We know that. They are going to ask for more evidences. Now, here's the thing. INEC cannot say that, sorry, we lost something that we just did 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. We lost the evidence. No. They are going to the point of looking for the ballot papers. I went through about 70 to 80% of the petition. They are going as far as, okay, so you said 1,000 people voted in this polling unit. Can you go and bring the ballot box? We want to look at the fingerprint of the people that voted. Number one, to make sure that it's not the same fingerprint that printed all the. They are going to that level. So INEC cannot say we don't have this, we don't have that. Whether INEC and the appeal people are talking to each other, it doesn't mean anything, because you know why? At the end of the day, when the evidence are brought before them, it will be so glaring, because they are going to tell them, can you prove? It's like mathematics. Prove how you arrive at your answer. And
Right.
you know, back in the day, if you cannot prove it, you don't get points for it. It's the same
Right.
thing. They are going to put them on display on the world map and say, on the world stage, and say, look, prove to me how Tinubu got 500 and something votes in Lagos State. And they will bring out their data. Then we'll now start peeling it back. Basically, what they've done, what INEC has done so far, was they just presented the final collation sheet to them and say, look at it. We are cooperating with you. That's not what we are looking for. Now, when they get to court, LP will now say, look, can we go to the state? Though all those 9 states that they didn't give it to them, they will have to bring it out. And the sooner INEC bring all those documents out, all the evidence that they're asking for, the sooner we can end this case. If they like, they can continue to delay it. But at the end of the day of judgment is coming. Whether it's 1 month from now, whether it's 6 months from now, it will come. And they don't have it, because we know, they know, INEC knows, they know the truth. We know the truth. LP knows the truth. And some of us that have our brain correct in Nigeria, we know that LP won the election. And by the time they open everything up, they scatter everything left, right, and center, and open it to the level of polling units, LP will win this election. It's that simple. Thank you.
Hands down. Thank you very much, Mr. J. I appreciate that. Madam Rita, welcome.
Good evening. Now, well done. Nigerian matter. Nigerian matter is a serious business. So I don't have much to say. I'm just listening to you guys because I just joined not too long ago. So I'm just listening to the submissions from our intelligent panel. Good evening. Sorry for my manners.
Good evening.
Good evening, madam.
Yeah. So Tunde, did you
No,
get
that clarifies everything. Like I've said, I don't trust. Though, this guy actually Obi made history, because even the issue of petition in Nigeria, he was the one that started it first, which I credit him for that. But I just don't trust Nigerian government in general, including their legal system.
See, Mr.
Okay,
Mr.
can I respond to him,
sure.
Mr. Tunde? Look, this is the thing. We all don't trust them.
Okay.
We that we're talking, we don't trust them. But here's the problem. Here's the problem that they have. They have a problem. The government, they have a problem at hand. You see those minor protests you are seeing on the street. You see how they are just, that's just the beginning. The more the Nigerian government or the legal system is playing game, the more you are going to see that thing. And guess what's going to happen? You are putting Nigeria on the world map. On the world stage. We're already seeing it. All these news channels are already saying, they're already sending like a snippet out there. They're saying somebody won this, they are paid. That's just the beginning. See, when these things start to crank up, because as the day is getting closer, you will start to see a lot of things happening. It's not even going to be anybody's choice. And also, let me remind you of something. You see, after the election, you see the number of crowd that Obi is actually attracting anywhere he goes. Right. Even impromptu, like anywhere he goes to, boom, everybody comes out. That's a subliminal message to the government that if this guy should just tweet and say, I want people to come out. Do you know how many people will come out? He has the following. Okay, so if they want to, unless they want to destroy the country, 100%. See, this is not what I said this yesterday. I said, look, if you want to steal something from somebody, It's like, let me give you a very close, it's like here. If you want to go and take something that doesn't belong to you here, for example, in America, I mean, if somebody has something, weapon in the house, you don't go there. You have to know the person you are messing with. You know that this house, this, you don't go there, because if you go there, they will do this to you. That's exactly, but if you know that they don't have anything, you can go there and take it, and you will live comfortably. But guess what? You have this man from Lagos, Agbado man. He's trying to do everything the Nigerian way, because this is the Nigerian way. But this is a different time. You understand? This is a different time. This is not 2019. This is not 2015. You see, all those times, all those elections, all you have to do is go get a piece of paper. Go get a piece of paper. I don't know if you are following the Abia State, this thing, that lady that decided to do the right thing. Do you know how they, did you know how they were able to do the right thing? They went into the beavers and they realized there was overvoting. PDP manufactured figure about 90,000 points. Number, and when they went on Beaver, it was only 20,000 people. Yes. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is this: look, if they knew, and I said this yesterday, if they knew this, they probably, when they passed that law, well, I don't want to say they know this is God. So they passed a law that stifled themselves. You understand? They put, it's like you don't want people to know your trail, and you went into a house and your fingerprint is on the doorknob. They will get you. It's that simple. If it's 1 year or 2 years, they will still find who that person is, or the DNA. They left the DNA. This Electoral Act came with a lot of DNA. It's like whichever way you go, there's something that will catch you in that angle. Wherever way you go, they were trying to impress. They were trying. The original motive was good. They wanted to leave a legacy. They wanted to do the right thing. But at the end of the day, when this Agbado man came and said, "This is what I want," they honored him. They gave him what he wanted. It's a certificate. They gave it to him, but at the expense of all the evidences that were left behind. And the only thing that could have saved them was to mess with somebody that doesn't have the wherewithal to carry out a successful legal battle. Unfortunately, the person they are dealing with, if it was even Atiku, they would have done it. It would have been a shegbe. Nothing would have happened. But you are dealing with someone that has a precedence, that has the experience. This is not the first time challenging the election in Nigeria. So he has, do you think the one he did in Anambra was just a fluke? Do you know that all those years he went to court, did you know that he didn't go to court once, he went to court 2 or 3 times? Now, do you know that he has built up experience from that? He has built up experience from that whole scenario. The same way he keep telling you that he has experience being a governor. That's the same thing. He has experience being in the court. You don't mess with the wrong person, and that's what we are saying. He's not going to back down. Otinubu mess with the wrong person. And the thing is this: Obi is fearless. He's a man of God, and he's fearless. You understand? He's a fearless human being, and he's going to fight. So we are a little bit leery about the court. I understand, but look, when you have a beavers. Look at Osun State. Look at Osun State. Look at what's going on there. Even Adeleke has been sworn. Look at what happened. They are telling him there's overvoting. They are telling him this. They are cancelling vote here and there. At the end of the day, all the votes that Adeleke had, they took it away. And look at what happened. This is not even bribing APC. This is not APC bribing the court. It's just a fact. When you have overvoting, we have not even started to peel out all the overvoting in this election. We have not even started. When they start to do the overvoting, did you hear? If you read the petition, you will see there are several overvoting in all the southwestern states where they cooked up results. All the southwestern states, all those places were overvoting. Obi was supposed to get 25%.
Ekiti, especially Ekiti.
He was supposed to get 20.
Even not.
He was supposed to get 25% in Ekiti or your Kwara, Kogi, or Ogun State. Okay, look at it. Look at Ogun State. That's close to
Those
Lagos
guys are horrible, Sha. Kai.
Ogun State is closer to Lagos State. They have the same ideology. All the people that live in Ogun State work in Lagos. All the people that, it's like Ogun State is almost like, how can you win Lagos State and lose Ogun State like that? It's not possible. So this thing, look, by the time they start to unravel the overvoting, the only thing is let INEC say they have burned down their own beavers. And they promised us that they have loaded it in the cloud. They said it. So guess what? If they don't produce the evidence, the case is over for INEC. It's done. So the only choice they have is to provide the evidence that show that truly APC got the vote that they said they got. And I was explaining something yesterday. If you go to Rivers State, there is a part, the Rivers State election is funny. There's a particular local government. Obiakpo, you know about that. They on IREV, which is owned by INEC and managed by INEC, they announced like they said APC got 80,000 votes there. They said LP got 3,000 something from that local government. When INEC announced it on TV, when you go to IREV and tabulate that local government, you realize that LP actually got 77,000, and it was APC that ended up with 3,000 votes.
Wow.
So when you start to take that away, in about 6 local governments, if you tabulate 6 local government in Rivers State, their LP was winning. Now, as we speak today, over 1,000 polling units in Rivers State have not been loaded. 1,000 polling units in Rivers State have not been loaded. And it's over a month. It's going to a month now that we've done the election. How do you reconcile that? Okay, so let's even start from, where are those polling unit results that you haven't loaded for the past? You are not loading one a day. Even you go on IREV every day, it's no longer moving. That number is not even changing anymore.
They're still counting to today, my brother. They're still.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't make any sense. Then you remember, on this petition, there's about 18,000 polling units out of 176,000, or out of 166,000 that they have loaded, that they blurred the result. They intentionally blurred it because LP is doing well in that polling unit. So they just took out 18,000 things. So now it's difficult for us to calculate on our own to say, okay, this is what LP got. Look, they don't have a place to run to. They can run from here to the end of the world. The only thing that will save them is for them not to even, for the tribunal not to hear this case. As long as they are going to hear this case, they're in trouble.
People is that, for example, let's even assume, the claim was that it's only Igbos that voted for Obi, right?
Yeah.
In Ondo State, my village, which is Kariakoko, the Igbos that live in the Kariakoko alone, I know they are more than 10,000 that live in that small village, in that town. I won't call it a village, in that town. Not to talk about Akure and some other little big cities that Igbos, because there's no way you don't find Igbos. So for you to now say that, and definitely a lot of elite Yorubas actually voted for him in Ondo State, that the student group that I belong to, a lot of them tell you they are obedient. So how do you now come up with 24,000 vote
in the whole of Ondo State?
Yes, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you know why? Because they've written the results before. So if you remember, let me remind you.
That's a fact. They've written it. Thank you.
Before the election, before the election, do you remember all the polls that were coming out that were favoring LP? You remember that APC finally came up with a final poll that showed that they were winning, and they showed the states that they were going to win. That poll was a preparation for our subconscious mind that this is what is going to happen. Now, that poll came out about a week or 2 weeks before the election. So that was prepared that So that means that all the things that showed that we were leading before, now we are not leading anymore. So they want to confuse us. That was exactly what they played out. The same number of states they gave Obi in that poll that they did is what he ended up winning. So they wrote the result. That's basically why you are seeing that. I know for a fact, I'm like, Obi was supposed to have 25% in all the southwestern states. He didn't have other than Lagos. That was it. And that was it. So look, what the states they are even asking for right now are the major ones that about 11 states or so that I saw in the petition. They don't have a choice. They have to produce it. You want to tell me they are not going to be overvoting? And if you tell me, look, this is how they're going to get them. They will say, go and bring the ballot box. You are not supposed to throw them away. You're not. Go and bring them. We want to count. You're allowed to recount those boxes. You're allowed. And guess what? If they cannot produce it, then that polling unit is gone.
You remember after the
that makes
election,
sense
the fans of papers in the bush?
Yes.
Yes.
So you should know that something is coming.
And they said a lot of that was in Rivers, and a lot of them belongs to LP.
Even Delta State, not only Rivers, even Delta State.
Yeah.
Yes.
BBMJ, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to. I've been enjoying the banter. It's so interesting. I didn't know politics could be this sweet. But you know, there's a guy called David Hudane, whom I listened to this morning because he had a live show, and he was the very first person that brought up the case of Tinubu being in court in November, as far back as November when this presidential thing was coming on. And he had done his own backstory, but before this time, he had been making noise about it. He had sent the story to so many news houses in Nigeria, and they all swept it under the carpet. But he stayed on with the story, and he kept on bringing it back. Now, on the show that he had today, it was on Twitter, and it was early this morning. There were lawyers there that came up and broke things down. Now, the very first thing is Tinubu had no rights. Bat had no right to even contest because by the Constitution, he wasn't qualified. Not because of IREV or whatever. He just was not qualified because his case in Chicago is still ongoing. It was not totally settled. And I only got to know because the lawyer in the show broke things down. And then the guy went ahead and said that they might not necessarily subpoena, I think, the investigator Moss or something. He may not necessarily even need to come down because all the paper there is all public notice. It's not a hidden thing. If you go to Chicago or even on your Google and type it out, you can print out all the paperwork of what is still pending there. So when Peter Obi was bringing that case up, the first and foremost is he's not qualified according to the Constitution to even contest an election. That's number one. Number two, Shettima is also not qualified to compete because something to do with him jumping between being a senatorial and a presidential thing, which he broke and in which INEC favored them. Now, that aside, the person that is heading the panel for Peter Obi is Justice Ikpeazu, which till date, if you look him up, he has never lost a case in all his days as an attorney. So we have that going for us. Number two, he was the one that helped Peter Obi in his other case when he was in the East, trying to get his governorship back and was able to win. Now, the third thing is, I think a lot of people, including I, for the time being I did not know much, have really underestimated the intelligence of Peter Obi. He may look quiet and he may look like someone that does not think, but I like to think of him this way. For him to be able to survive in Britain and do business well and be superbly respected by the British, That is a lot, because the British don't know how to do things twice. They do things straight and once. So for that alone, I have that much faith in him. More importantly, they have sat down and looked at what we are talking about right now, back and forth, people bringing in their selective views and, everything. They have looked at it all round. And I think, I'm sure what the VP said was quite true, because he broke it down that it's either, however they go, they have actually roped themselves in their trying to get out of the situation. They rope themselves in more in their trying to make things look straight. They rope in themselves. Now this thing, the way it has so gone is, if it goes to the point where they deny anything, Amazon can be subpoenaed as well, because they backed up the data to Amazon iCloud. So there's so many factors in this thing. And what the show brought out today was the last thing the Nigerian Supreme Court wants to do is to look stupid in front of the whole world, because this is the pinnacle of your career. So if they have trusted you to this, you are not just dealing with the national face, you are looking at international bodies in which some of them
to the president. Protest. By that time, we'll know that.
Sorry, can I go ahead?
What were you saying?
Yeah, I heard some noise. So these people, the judiciary, some of them belong to these international bodies in which they will do everything to protect. So they have to play their game right here. It is going to be a case of, is it my integrity now, or the amount of money that I want to keep that I am going to forfeit? Obviously, they would prefer their integrity because they still want to continue being respected in the international body. So all around, APC and their cohorts and their talkative Festus Keyamo, they have really roped themselves in, because anyhow they want to play this, it is not going to be in their favor at all. Hence the reason why you now have Agbado waking up in the morning and remembering that he's ill and that he has to fly. Of course, we know that the flying there is to go and see if we can throw more money to people and people will buy it. But unfortunately for them, it's not going to work, because the only thing he was trying to really hide was this drug case. Because you see, the drug case doesn't just rope him in, it ropes in El Chapo, that was in the United States, held on, and being later sent over to Mexico. So it's bigger than what all of us are even thinking. By the time we start breaking it down, man, the man is as good as gone. But of course, the stubborn, greedy person in him is still going to hold on. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, so thank you very much, Bibi. Thank you for that inside analysis. So I brought the space. It was on Twitter Space. So I brought it here so we can listen in a little bit. I tried to kind of see where the lawyers were talking. So can you guys see my screen clearly?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm going to play a bit
before you play the video, question. You know, the British, I think, is she a consular? I don't know what she is, that said we should be proud of our election. That was.
Hey, forget that woman.
No problem.
That woman should be flogged, I beg.
Let me land. Do you think we in the diaspora should try to see if we can write petition against her for what she said? Because it's like she actually promote violence in our country.
Absolutely. I second that.
You can write to her. Anybody who can definitely write Downing Street or wherever she is, write to her, let them flood, especially those in London, flood her office with letters. And I think Aisha responded to her. A lot of Nigerians have been dragging her on Twitter as well. So yeah, absolutely, you can do that.
So because I think if we do that, at least they'll know that they can't just come to our country, say whatever they want to say, and feel they can be behind the leaders.
Yeah, but the thing is, if there's a lot of petitions and a lot of people submit letters saying that this person is doing the wrong thing in another country, they can move her away
But she's
and
actually
replace her with a
leaving
new
soon.
person.
She's on her way. She's on her way out. The problem, see, here's the problem. I'll say this. I know you want to play a video. See, the problem is when you go to Nigeria, unfortunately, some of these diplomats sometimes they get their hands dirty. That's the problem. They are not, things that they can't do in their own country. They end up doing it outside because, we're all human beings, right? Now, they start living in Nigeria, corrupt society. The next thing, they get dirty with the politician. Who says she's not in bed with APC? Who says she's not? These are, So what she said, okay. So I will say some names of some of these journalists on TV. There's a guy on TVC. They call him Titoju, Kolade, Jide, or something.
That station.
Okay, so you're laughing, right? This guy came out saying that this is the best election in Nigeria. I almost took my phone and slammed it on the wall.
For TVC.
But what do you expect?
I know.
Who pays
I know.
The meaning of TVC is Tinubu Virtual Center.
But if had smashed your phone, could have wasted your money because TVC is Tinubu's the star.
I know.
The privilege of
I know.
No,
you need to see that interview.
If you
The other
only
one,
social
the
media,
other guy called BK or whatever his name is.
Yeah, BK.
You need to go and see
He
it.
was saying that no election since 1999 has been as
Yes.
perfect as this one.
With a very
Clean,
stupid,
clear, and
with a very
fair
stupid
election.
Yoruba accent. He talks like he's speaking English in
And you
Yoruba.
see, a lot
Clean
of them have
TV.
been calling that they should cancel Arise TV.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys. There was this guy
Yeah, I
that
saw
was
that.
on Dr. Damages. I think one man or whatever his name is. He lived with one funny British Nigerian accent.
Oh, what's his name? What's his name?
That they should shoot
Charles.
Rufai.
Charles.
I mean, why will you be promoting violence? I mean, saying that somebody should gun down Rufai. You get what I'm saying? It's just sick. I mean, very sickening.
Rice is actually doing a really good job. Rice is actually doing a really good job, especially Rufai. Rufai is like a top-notch journalist. He says
I
it
was
like
going
it is.
to say something really quick. Somebody earlier said that the bill that was passed that brought in these beavers and the whole information that for the election that the politicians didn't read it correctly. No, you remember Peter Obi said something. He says Nigerians don't do what is expected; they do what is inspected. You see, these lawmakers, they thought if they passed this bill, there's nobody to enforce it, just like every other thing. But they are surprised now that it's actually working and people will start to enforce it. So the thing is now, it's incredible to them. They can't see it. That's why this guy, what's his name?
I
Can I say
disagree.
something about that? I
Hello?
want to say something about the law.
I disagree.
1 second, please.
Okay.
If there are people who are not, if they're no longer here by their microphone, there are people trying to come in. Madam Echo, are you still here with us? Madam Echo. Madam Echo, don't go sleep. Mama, good night. Oh, let me take her out so that someone else can come in. Because there are people trying to come in. And who else is here? Madam Victoria, are you still here with us?
I am, but I can give up my space because I can't talk right now.
Okay, all right then. Thank you very much. So let me
give up my space. I'll listen to the other mail.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you. All right. So, okay. So I think we have one more space. If someone else wants to come in, we have more space. So we have somebody who just came in. I don't think she is spoken at all. So bear with me, Jay. I know you have a lot, and I'm thoroughly enjoying the back and forth. I'm listening to you guys, but I really want us to get to this Twitter space for a little bit so we can continue the conversation. And also Tunde, I'm sorry, I'll come back to you guys later. Michael, welcome to the show. Did you already speak?
Yes, I did. I'm enjoying the space. I'm so excited. Thank you.
All right, sure. Okay, so I'm gonna put you on mute for. Oh, you can mute your mic for now, so I can go to the last. Give us our mandate. Welcome, sir. Good to have you on here.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. If you're not ready to speak now, that's fine. I just wanted to acknowledge you so I can do this Twitter space for a little bit. Yeah, please, can you go on mute? Thank you. So can you guys see my screen though?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. All right, so we're gonna listen and hopefully I caught it just where it should be, but let's see.
The entire Nigerian system is officially desecrated. The last hope of the Nigerian man, which is the judiciary, is hopeless. And then when you talk about protests, even the world will look upon what we have gone through in this cycle and stand by us. Anything else, I repeat, as an Anambra boy who saw IPOB, especially by faceless operatives online overseas, will not be tolerated and should not be encouraged. I yield. God bless you all and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much, N6. I'd like a lawyer. You see Maxwell. Maxwell, are you there?
Yes, I am.
In 1 minute or 1 or 2 minutes, just throw your light on this one, and let's call it a day on that, and then we'll take the next person. Go ahead.
Regarding the issues of protest.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Bishop. You say Maxwell, please. Can we get a legal injunction to have this court thing beamed completely live on television? Is that something we can get the courts to do? Is that something that is going to happen already? Because these things cannot happen in absentia, and then spokespersons will come and tell us what happened during the day. Is that something we can legally get to happen, please?
Well, the learned senior counsel here, Inibehe Esquire, has already given some positions as to that applications can actually be made, court sessions, except where the suit before them are that of a minor, so, and this is a very serious issue, so it is possible for it to be televised. It's just to seek leave of court, make the application, and if it's granted, they can televise it. So if any of the, like he said, now I'm borrowing his words, if any of the candidates decide to do it, it's okay. If INEC as a body wants it to be televised, they can do that. If the court so moto on its own motion decides that it should be televised, the court can do it and invite the body responsible. And if such is granted, it is if there is the money to pay TV personnel, or there's a link, or there's a particular station that wants to televise it. That is all that is needed to make the application to the court. If it's granted, it will be televised. It's just that about it. Now, regarding the issues of protest, of course, there is guarantee to every citizen of Nigeria your right to protest, whatever the case may be, whatever grievance you may have against, the government of the day. Everybody have their angles to this. At the time the elections were being announced and people had their displeasures, if they had wanted to protest, I wouldn't protest. And like I've said on several spaces, I don't think I have any reservations against anybody protesting. There are, however, things to look out for, just to make sure that everybody is on a safe side. Just to make sure everybody is on a safe side. Because one of the things is that the case is already before the judiciary. If our protest is regarding the conduct of INEC, probably before the governorship elections, regarding one or two things or one or two policies that INEC had brought out, then it's a different thing. But declare or asking INEC to give back the certificate when we already have the case before the courts, we have parties, Peter Obi, Atiku, and others. I don't know what to say, but legally speaking, you can of course protest for anything. You can air your displeasures against government parastatals, government agencies like INEC, which of course I have said that they failed to stick to their own rules of engagement. INEC made a mess of this whole elections. There was a possibility of litigation, whether Peter Obi won or not. People will go to court. If Peter Obi had won, Peter Obi will only be a respondent in the case. Probably he will not be the one going to court. People will only be the one taking him to court regarding one or two things. But it just goes to show that INEC failed to stick to the provisions of the law not just the issue of mathematical computations and all of that. There is a laid down procedure of the law, section 64, like I mentioned, section 60 sub 4. All of them are there, provisions. INEC, from the get-go, you would agree with me that the person of Tinubu, there were litigations before the court to disqualify him. But all of those litigations failed on technicalities, not that the court actually, divested the issues before it and came to judgment, but just on basis of technicalities, those particular cases failed. But if INEC, having the powers it holds by virtue of the Electoral Act and the likes, had considered the clear provisions of section 137 sub 1 paragraph J of the 1999 Constitution, all these things Tinubu was not even supposed to be on the ballot at the get-go. So for protests, if you want to protest, I'm not going to tell you not to. Please, you have the right to do so. And all security operatives and parastatals need to make sure that they protect every protester, as far as the protest is, civil, as far as it is not with any violence, or as the case may be. But however, just weigh the options.
And that is that about that. No more on the protest. Back to the petition of Peter Obi against INEC and against
no more on the protest for now. Emphasis on for now.
Can I say
for now?
Can I say something?
Let's take.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
So I know somebody had mentioned the Electoral Act of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you remember, there was a guy that passed away, Ario or something like that. Like that was when Dino Melaye went to his funeral, and he took cash. He took like 500,000 cash.
What was this?
This was last year. That was about the time that they were. I'm not sure if it was closer to when they were trying to get rid of the notes, the old notes. And he said he donated cash. He brought the cash out on stage. Now, the reason why I'm saying this, the guy that I'm talking about, the Ario guy, is one of the activists. One is like a political activist. So what happened was, when the Electoral Act was written, they took it to the Senate to pass it. So they stylishly took away the transmission from the polling unit. They took it out of their bill. And as soon as they took it out, there was a leakage. Somebody went and leaked it out that they've taken out this particular provision from the bill. As soon as they heard, this Ario guy was one of those people that spearheaded the protest to the National Assembly. So they went and protested it, and they put it back in there. So it's not like they knew that the transmission was going to be the torchlight to this whole electoral thing. They knew, but there was pressure, and if they could have found a way to still take it out. But like I said earlier, this is also God. Let's just put the God factor in there. They did what was going to end up destroying them. That's basically what's going on here. Okay, I'll let someone speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Did anybody else have something to add? Okay, all right. Did you guys want to? We can stop this for now. Anybody who wants to watch the Twitter space, you can go on Hudain's page. It's right there. So that way you guys can see it. Somebody was talking about the British High Commission amending their letter. It's not worth showing. There's nothing there to see. I'm looking through, and the comments that Nigerians, we have woken up. We have woke finally. We are taking it. We are taking it serious. Still the dragging of this UK in Nigeria. Oh my God. I don't even want to bother. The amendment doesn't make sense. It's so watered down. I mean, to me, it's just waste of ink. It's a tad bit too late. I'm not sure. But I try. It's too late, mademoiselle.
I mean, if nothing, I think we should give credit to all the youth, for standing up for what is right, even though our elders want to try to do everything to suppress our voice, but we never let that happen.
I just don't want to put a blanket. Not all our elders. Most of our elders actually came out. The ones that didn't come out didn't come out. The ones that wanted to suppress us suppressed us. But a lot of elders also came out. So when you say elders, please, let's say some of our elders. Just like
Yes.
some of the same youths were the ones they used in rigging. Let's also remember
No,
that.
that's true, because they also, and I hope it's going to get to a point where they can hold some of those thugs and police officers that were involved in the Lagos attack and other part of the country, because I saw some videos that you see thugs attacking people, even thugs with gun, and you see officers with gun by their side, and they can't do anything. They're just looking at these people attacking innocent um, voters, which is sad, So I hope it's going to
Here's what I think, right? I think this Agbero menace that's ridiculously going, especially this MC Oluomo guy. When Peter enters office, that he will go after that guy. Peter will not go after that guy, but that he will.
We don't know that. We don't want
No,
to.
we can't say that. We can't say that because he will
No.
want
anything. We don't know what's on their mind. When they reach there, let's try and get them to enter first. Okay, that's what
They
you
will
think.
enter. They will
Not like
enter.
that. We try to run away.
So
from that. That's for sure.
you see, so you guys, we know that this is also they are also going to start to gather some of the people, which they already did before. Remember, APC youths gathered together in Abuja and went and protested, like a preparation. So this is what they're going to do. The kind of what is going to happen. You remember? So there's this. I'll say it in Yoruba. Oh gosh, this Agbaya Fayose is an Agbaya. Yes, he is an Agbaya. He went on live TV, right, and said, "You must be daydreaming."
Yeah.
In that is Yoruba. You must be daydreaming that you will take the mandate of Asiwaju. Do you understand?
That's the reason why I said some elders try to suppress somebody like him. Yeah.
You get it? He goes on TVC. He goes on The View. He will press Obi in one way. He will press Obi in one angle. He say Obi is the new bride. Obi is this. Obi has. Then guess what? Then on the other hand, he will say something that Asiwaju. Which one are you for?
But Omar Kretu is like that. He just want to be relevant. Omar Kretu is like that.
Forget that. Forget that. You know. Forget that one.
Yeah, all of them just want to be relevant.
Don't forget that one, Gajari. But this particular governor is saying that to take away, and this is the thing. Let's know this, guys. They are beating their chest in the same place, the same way they plan this thing. Because look, when you plan the kind of heist they did that day, you must have done it because you know there's nothing's going to happen. They already have the number of Nigeria. They have their number at the back of their hand. Like, look, once we do this, they already planned this thing. They've written it, they planned it. But here's the thing. They know that, and this is also Tinubu, they know that once you have written that certificate of return, to take it back is like, whoa. They know that. So this is not going to be as simple as, go to court. Okay, we'll overturn it and we'll collect it back. It's going to be a struggle. But the thing is this, it's possible. The question we have to ask ourselves, is it possible, yes or no? Yes, it's possible. And now, is it going to be a difficult one? Yes, it will be a difficult one. But we can stay the course. If only the number of people that have been killed during this election, we need to continue to fight. We cannot back down. Because all those people that went out and some of them were harmed, some of them were killed. We cannot. Shebi, we don't even know the true number of people that have been killed.
Including people that were
From this
killed during
election.
EdSARS.
Yeah, we don't know. They are not even telling. There's no statistics in Nigeria. We don't really have statistics. I was talking to someone the other day, I say, even like road accident, we are not even keeping track. Okay, how many people have in this month, in this town, how many people have gone through this kind of situation? Nobody knows. So the same thing, we don't know. Now, because of those people that went through those things, we cannot back down. Because these people are also planning that, I forgot how the state in Yoruba, something that has entered the hand, you cannot take it away. Once you put the uruka or the ring, once you put it, you cannot take it. It's just not possible. And that is what they are doing. And that is why, and I like what our Obi has done. He's going from all angles. All angles. Okay, you put this one, if you fail, this one you will not fail. And I know that, and I said this earlier, they are not going to just say, oh, because he did this in Chicago, that's the end of the case. No. He's still going to come back to our beavers. At the end of the day, it's still the beavers that they will still use. They will open it up and they will start scattering it one by one. And like I said, as these judges know that this is the biggest case of their life. This is not Ekiti. This is not your state.
Why I kind of say this, everything that is going on right now is a script that they already wrote.
Yeah.
And based on what you're saying, once you give them the certificate of return, it's hard to get. One, which is the reason why I think, first of all, they try to turn us against each other. You get what I'm saying? They try to turn us against each other. So when you have East versus West, definitely he knows he gets the support of the North, which is not true. So they feel that, okay, so by the time that they go to court, if anything, he has the Southwest to support him, because one, the North and the East are no longer together at that point. So I feel the script that they've written and they're working by that script. Yeah. Which is the reason why we do everything to try to educate people among us that feels that Igbos are not part of us or Yorubas are not part of us. We are one. We are one Nigeria, and we should stand as one.
Yes, you're right. And the thing is this: whatever, and we need to know this. The script, what they're gonna do, if this case is getting heated up at the tribunal, they will now start to look at our brothers from the East and say they are the reason why we are going to take that. They are going to take their certificate. They are forgetting. They will say Yoruba is Yoruba's turn. They are forgetting that we're all Nigerian. And what about our brothers from the East that they have never been given the opportunity?
True.
We gave this goat in Daura to come and rule for 8 years. Look at what he has done. What else can be worse than that? And you are saying that our brother that is over there cannot rule. Even look at America. Look at what happened during Obama's time. When he was contesting, a lot of people, nobody will vote for a black man. When he started, look, he kept going. But a lot of whites ended up realizing, look, let's even give him a chance so that they will not say a black man can never be the president of America. Abi?
That's why they were saying that he wouldn't win more than Anambra, that he's not going to win more than one state.
So the question is, if not the fact that these people are evil, I'm talking about some of our people on the Southwest, if not they are evil-minded and selfish, why would you not even say, let's even give it to him? Let's just let the Southeastern rule Nigeria. If he doesn't do well, you remove him after 4 years.
4 years, yeah.
And even ruling in 4 years, what would he do? What damage will he do to Nigeria?
That has not been done before.
Look at what they've done. Look at the one from the Daura. Look how the damage he has done. Spreading all this banditry all over the place. And you are sitting there.
But can somebody educate me on this? I mean, growing up, I know that when you talk about region of Nigeria, you talk about the North, you talk about the South, and you talk about the East. Why is it that during this election, they suddenly divided into two, North and the and the south.
South.
So they
Yeah,
can go back
okay.
to the north, because I would think it's supposed to go it's supposed to go back to the east, then come back to the west, then go back to the north.
So,
Or
but
so
you remember,
into two.
but you remember that. Look, there are 6 regions, right? Now, if you really want to look at the north, so you said northwest, northeast, right? Then there's another. Is it not? Is it not? No, there's no north central. Yeah, there's north central.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's
there's north
North
central.
Central.
So now every time, so if you on the macro level, on the macro level, they like to look at it as a north. So whether you are northeast, northwest, it's still the north, right? So they will accept you either way. Now, the micro level will start to go like, the northwest did it before. The north, like for example, look at Atiku, look at Buhari. They don't, as long as he falls back to the north, right? That's all that matters. Now, the same thing with the south. They are looking at it like, oh, the south. That's Jonathan, right?
Yeah, okay,
He has done it. So in their mind, they have given it to a South president before. Do you understand? So when they are now saying it comes back to the South, they are looking at Tinubu and Obi as the South.
Okay, that makes sense.
So in their mind, they are looking at it like, okay, as long as somebody from the South ends up winning it. And that's basically what it is. So I see where you are going. Like, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to give a chance to the new person in the
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Patrick, welcome. Oh, long time. How you doing now? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
No,
Good morning, good evening.
Good evening. No, Nepa no be una light.
Oh,
Una
where?
get like, oh, sorry, oh, my brother.
Oh, where?
When did the last time una get light?
Just yesterday night.
No, no,
But
get
it have
light.
been it have been for 2 days before they bring it yesterday evening.
Wow. I not see you yesterday. I not say you no come yesterday. I come say I wonder where Patrick. But how you dey, Sha? How you bad on?
They fine, but they fine.
How
Now
na dey happy?
the condition. I sleep past the time when I supposed to wake up.
No wahala. How na governor Sheyi? I know so na dey happy well.
Here there's no problem, like I said the other time. No problem. Everybody is happy because it's a choice of the people.
That's true. You hear wetin happen for Abia State, Abi?
Yes, I don't dey happy. I called one of my brother that is there when they were announcing the result, but I was following the result. So when he do that, I'll call him. He say, this guy, you're even updating me that I here. I said, yes, so it's supposed to be so. We want to get one place, at least one place. Since they are mago everything, they have read everything, robbed us, no other places. So we want to get one place. So when we are calling the thing yesterday, I was watching on the TV. So when they finish, I called out my brother again and say, congratulations, so congratulations to Abians, congratulations to Obedient family, congratulations to Nigerians as a whole. This is one of the things that we're looking for. And again, the woman there, I watched the other panelists on the other Nigeria Watch, where you were still contributing your quotas there. So yesterday, even till finish around 12, around after 12 in the midnight, I sit there on board. It's not easy to enter that group. So
people. But if you get the number, you can call in. That's the thing. If you know if you enter,
I don't have the number.
Next time you go put them for screen. When you put them, just copy them so that when you want call, if you want make contribution, you will just use that number call. But okay, so you listen to Nigeria Watch. That's good. That's very good.
Yes, I listened to it throughout when they started yesterday. Even when I was going on the road, I still on my phone, still talking on my ear. So good. I'm happy for us obedience. Before I go on, I want to use this opportunity to ask: is there anybody in Nigeria here? I beg no verse.
On this panel, right now,
yes.
Nobody.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
Okay.
sure.
So it's only me. So and you know, when we are listening to that panel, they were showing us different videos about the woman, showing us there's a guy that called all the where the woman come from and all other things about the woman. That
Yes.
is, I was happy because the woman come from my state. Number
Nena,
one,
Professor Nena
yes,
Oti. Now you dey talk
yes,
of
from my
yes.
people. That's where I come from. That's from Boy State. That's where I come from.
Uh-huh.
So
You must be proud.
and
That's good.
I am so happy. I'm so happy. It's only God that knows the kind of happiness that is in me. And I see, I hear where you were talking yesterday. We are so happy too. Everybody we are happy for a woman. I was talking to my brother. Say this woman rejected 100 million naira, or even more than that, because they might even offer more than that.
Mm-hmm.
They can offer 1 billion, girl. But this woman turned it over and do the right thing. That is what we want in life.
Yes.
I was telling my brother that if Abians, people of Abians should decide now and say, let's give this woman 1,000 naira, the whole of Abians, those who are living there, or even the Abian indigene. Is it no more than 100,000 naira? 100 million naira?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And even they don't do, the people around him, around her, we even do more than that.
Yes.
That name alone is something.
Exactly.
It's something. That's what our principal was saying. He said, if you must be called excellency, the road which you take to that place, the process which lead you to that place must be excellent.
Absolutely.
That is it. There's nothing again. There's nothing again. I don't know what we're looking for. This woman, if she collect that 100 million naira, but you build house, you buy a car, you give some of the families, you give some of the people, and that's all. Everything finished. We can't hear the name.
Yep.
We can't. There is no way we can hear the name. But now you have written her name on the platter of gold.
Yes.
And that is who we're looking for. That's the type of people we are looking for. Look at our principal again, our vice president. What he was saying yesterday, I was like, man, Oga, where you did before? Who this man has been existing? They don't allow these people to talk. They don't allow. If you're talking on TV, all this we are doing here, we can't do it on TV. We can't do it on radio here.
No.
When you want to talk, they will tell you, he's against our practice. He's against this. Let's say the truth, Oga. Let's say the truth. What are we saying? They kill people and they're telling me they don't kill people. What are you saying? Which kind of life is this now? We are living in darkness, man. So I'm just happy. And I believe that the remaining one will come. Look at Enugu now. They have manipulated Enugu.
Yeah, I heard though. Shame.
I also follow that one. I also follow that one. I see where the one local government they hang it there and manipulated everything. But just 2,000 plus votes. Like one person said on the other this thing, that platform yesterday that they used to rig out that man. But I believe if we shall gather ourselves together and do something, Abians do something. They were shouting on them. They were on them. They were on their neck. They don't allow them. They were on their neck. Even there's something happened. I had I saw a video when we were doing the election at Abia. That Obiungwa or something or another local government, they were still doing the same thing they did in Lagos. You can see that thing is spreading. That tribalism is still spreading, even to Igbos that are living in Abia. They still went around and put a gog on the street and say, if you're not voting for PDP, don't come out to vote. I said, wow.
Wow.
This is crazy. Yes, I saw it. I saw
Wow.
it. I was like,
It's a
what
shame.
is happening? What is happening on this Nigeria? Well, our own is different. They do it like once it's dropped like this, you just catch fire. And people that are doing this thing, they know themselves. They're just tiny people, just little people, trying to manipulate everybody, and that's what they've been doing since. So my people, I pray that God will help us. So even I heard yesterday that US FBI and other people will be coming to testify. I said, well, this man is not ordinary man, and men of God have said it all. That Peter the Rock is not ordinary man. Even before he get to president, he will go to start running for president. He has traveled all other places. That is getting the way they do things, and he's working for them there. Why is he not going to work here? It's because they want us to remain in perpetual poverty, and why they rule over us the way they like.
Yeah.
And that is not good. In fact, if I have my way, it's the way many of you are speaking. That's the way I'll be speaking. But this little opportunity you give to us, I think we're still going to use it to make something. Thank you very much, my sister.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, all the whole people in the group. I bless you all. Let the discussion
Thank
continue.
you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. Amen. Thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution, Mr. Patrick. You know your contribution is always welcome here. Me, I like it when you call because you will give us the thing they happen for ground, what's going on in your area. So thank you. I really appreciate your contribution. It means a lot. Thank you. So, Mr. J, you can go back to your analysis before we start rounding up. Joe, me, I gotta go sleep.
Well, I like what I would just say. Round it up. I mean, see, the lady, the professor. I don't know if we know because I saw it on another channel on YouTube. That she was the one that gave Pantami. Remember Pantami, the Minister of Communication, or is it communication or telecoms or communication, either way. Pantami, the crazy guy. Yeah, he was one that that gave him the professorship. Right?
Okay.
She gave. So now the thing is, she's coming back to redeem her name, which is that's all that matters. Because I always say some things in life. Sometimes I always say, and the fact that you've said something that you like, what matters is that did you come back to realize that what you did was wrong? You apologize and say, okay, if people are blaming Obasanjo, I say Obasanjo was the one that started all this rigging, this and that. Yes, I know. But at least he's trying to do the right thing. In the past, he would have been supporting a what do you call it, an Atiku. But this time around, he decided, look, this guy is the right guy for Nigeria. A lot of people are saying, we don't respect his opinion because he was. No. This lady, she's setting an example. And I can tell you that in the coming days, we are going to start to see examples. More and more people will start to have the courage to come out and say that this is what happened. That's what I believe that's what's going to happen. She's setting an example because now she's going viral. And a lot of people are going to start to look at it like, because some people, here's the thing. What can really, really nail INEC that will destroy the whole case for INEC and Agbado is if an insider comes out and leak the secret. What happened on that day? That would be the end of the case. If an insider would just come out and say, this is what happened. And I believe there's somebody out there that has a conscience, still has a conscience left in them and say, look, I understand they've given me 100 million. I understand they've given me 200 million. I am willing to return this money. We don't know. Somebody might come out. So let's just pray and hope for the best. I know we have a solid case. We just need to pray alongside our effort so that everything will work out. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, my brother. I really appreciate your contributions. In fact, I thoroughly enjoyed today's live. I no go lie. The back and forth and the breakdown of everything. It makes sense. It makes sense, Magic. All right. Well, let me start with
Or
my
make
sister.
sense.
My dad. Oh, make sense. In fact,
Or make sense.
Oh, make sense, gone. Oh, make sense, gone. Abi.
Agbadwe.
Agbadwe gone.
Sister Bibi, thank you for being here with me. Let me get your final thoughts, I beg.
Well, like we've all trashed it out, bad is bad, good is good. Those that do bad, no matter how much they run or how far they go, it will always come back to them. It will always come back to bite them. And what they don't know is the punishment doesn't end with them, because in their lifestyle, they have exhibited to the people coming behind them, especially family members, the way of life to go. And if those ones don't change, they inherit the portion of blame from the senior ones. And that's what is playing out here. I don't think in his lifetime he would ever have thought this is how his ending of his days would be like, because all the while he's been playing like Maradona and getting away with it from continent to continent, and finally the showdown is going to be right in front of his own people that should be singing his praises, and it's unfortunately we are not going to sing his praise. One of the things that always stands out to me is, why is everybody so much crazy about Peter Obi? What is the one thing? And this is a man that is not spending a dime. This is a man that 2 years ago we did not even know anything about him. He was just in his own state. But today, every young person, every older person has something to say about him. And they're all saying good things. What is it about this man? And then you juxtapose it with a man that has been in the limelight. Everybody knows him. They knew his mother. She played a significant role in Lagos, but has been leaving his crumbs, like you're leaving your trail behind, and it's been following you for 24 years. And before then, in another continent, and it's still following you. And anytime your name is mentioned, nothing good is said about you. Even if the sentence starts off being good, it always ends with a but, and it ends bad. So what is it in this man that looks as if he's larger than life, that nobody can take down? But unfortunately for him, he's met his Waterloo, because now it is people that are old enough to be his grandkids that are telling him to his face, your time is up. And so I think for that alone, everybody should be happy, because we're telling him his time is up so that we can all breathe. We just want to breathe. It's time for Nigeria to breathe, and he can't hold us on our necks anymore. That's my final thought.
Thank you very much, Bibi. I really appreciate your contribution. Thank you. Let me go to Mr. Ishaw.
Yes, my sister, thank you very much for this opportunity. So as I said before, this thing is, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, this thing, is just starting up, starting to build up. And we are glad that we are able to find our way to the court, because these people, they were so bold. Any small thing, go to court. Now we are in court now, they are jittery, So they didn't see this coming. And everybody shouldn't forget that there is somebody that developed that beavers, which is Chidi Nwafo. There will be a time, because everybody, we should know that INEC must have tampered with that beavers. So there will be a time this young man will be called upon. And remember, there is what we call encryption. So it's only the person that developed that system, because there is a password. So it's only the person that developed that system. There's what we call motherboard. So that as long as the motherboard still exists, whatever they must have erased, whatever they must have modified, the person that developed that system is going to bring everything up. So, and if you listen to Mike Igini, there was an interview he had. He was telling that there is one law that he wouldn't say it on that TV until after the election of Saturday, because he was trying to say something, but he said that even these politicians, they don't know that he wouldn't want to review that, because if you listen, he has worked with either for like 10 years now. So he knows, they know what happened. They know that he was saying that beavers did not fail, because everybody knew that beaver did not fail. So how can an election that you conducted, 3 elections the same day, you were able to upload, the House of Rep and Senate, and you get to the presidency, you are saying that is not even an excuse. Already we are in court, so we know that victory is coming soon. And for this lady, I have said it before, that don't worry, by the time, the Rock, Peter Obi gets in there, Obedient will recommend that lady. We will bring her up. So our own case is already settled. I know that, yes, that she is going to receive a greater reward than even the 100 million Ikpazo and the rest of them, try to, promise or try to influence her with. And every day I wake up, I am proud of myself to belong to this family. When this movement started, before even our principal left PDP, I already believed that, yes, this is the man that will take us to new Nigeria. And up till now, if I wake up, I say, God, I thank you for being among the people that you are going to use to change this country, that will make us to see new Nigeria, that even our our forefathers couldn't see. I am glad that, yes, that I belong to this family that will be changing the nation Nigeria. And by the time we regain our mandate, you see that everything will come to play, because the issue of Lagos State or every other issue, you see that the Senate, the House of Rep, the House of Assembly, that they hijacked from our brothers and sisters. We will regain them, we will reclaim them all. So nobody should worry about that. We are in the right course. This journey, I'm really, really happy that people that said go to court, they are not afraid. So we will see how it goes. We will see how long these people that have bragged, they were so confident. And I know that they will regret that. Why did we even allow this man to even come into this play? Because it was like a business as usual, but they made a very great mistake. They made a very great mistake to have allowed that chance, for somebody like P2B to come into this terrain and change the narrative. We thank God, because we are heading somewhere. And I must appreciate everybody in this forum and everybody in this Obedient family, and congratulations in advance, because we are going to achieve our goal. Thank you all, and thank you, Madam Omoye's Corner. You are doing a great job. You are Nigeria Watch. I'm really proud of you guys, and God will replenish you guys in 100-fold.
He said, thank you very much. I really appreciate you, Mr. Isho. Thank you so much for your contributions. It is true. Yep. That's what I'm holding on to. We are definitely reclaiming our mandate, whether they like it or not. All right. Give us our mandate. Let's hear your final thought. Are you still with us or have you fallen asleep? Give us our mandate. Have you fallen asleep?
No, I'm here with you guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, let's
Um,
hear your final thoughts. So,
well, I think everything is moving in the right direction. One thing about Tinubu is that you cannot underestimate him or um, undermine the ability of what he can do. When they said he checked out and traveled out for medical checkup. Let's not believe that story. We may believe, we may not choose to believe, because if you watch that video that Oshibajo talked about the last time, now what Oshibajo did not mention is that they also bribed some judges to be able to win those cases in the court of law.
right.
And that's what APC Egbekegbe stands for. And so for him to have checked out of the country a day after Peter Obi dropped his filed his petition in the court, he may also be seeking some foreign lawyers' opinion about the petition.
That's a possibility.
I mean, when it comes to Tinubu, nothing can be swept under the carpet. You cannot just nothing can be left on the table. You have to try everything possible because that guy is, for me, Tinubu is something else. I just pity his children, his grandchildren, that after so many years and history comes back, or people talk about history, what they will say about this man. But the most sad thing is that, God have mercy, I'm not praying for him to buy, but if this guy buy today, you will hear Nigerian people say, oh, this is a great politician. He's a good man. He's a this. People will celebrate him. Despite all of the wickedness, and people even have to die because of this guy. You can easily say, let's heal and continue, because all of the violence did not affect you and your family. So you can quickly say, oh, let's heal and move forward. It's just like when people say, oh, APC, where is like, what they did to Nigeria is like an abusive marriage. If people are in an abused marriage, they want to move on, they divorce and they move on with their lives. But that scar will be there. That pain will remain there. So the scar that they caused people on Saturday is still wide open, fresh. MC Olomo is still walking around. The talks, you've not arrested them, and you are saying let's heal and move forward. And that's so easy to heal. These guys are, I don't know, they are just out of their minds. I saw one this morning, I think on Arise, was talking about, the media talk about all of the crises that happened during the election. They're not talking about the agenda of the president selected. Why would they talk about the agenda of the president selected when there are still many people that are suffering? There is a young guy that they attacked. They may likely end up amputating the guy's leg. From what my ego showed, they may end up taking off his legs because he suffers bad injuries on his leg. And now that person will remember to 2023 and say, oh, it was a good year. When they lost their legs, they caught the, I don't know. But we'll see how all this whole thing plays out in the court. We'll just keep praying for Mr. Peter Obi. Now imagine Abia State. Imagine the jubilation and the joy how people came out, they were dancing, they were rejoicing. After 24 years, they are finally liberated. Imagine if that happened to Nigeria. Oh my God. But we know it's coming to pass by God's grace. We just keep praying, trusting God. And we'll keep up. I'm excited. I think FBI also has been dragged into the issue. The Chicago University is being dragged into the issue. And one thing about America is that they don't want to swell their name. America don't want to spoil their name because of one drug baron. No. But we'll continue. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone.
You as well. Thank you very much for your contributions. Greatly appreciated. Have a wonderful night. Thank you. Let me come quickly to Michael. Give me your final thoughts and yeah.
Can you hear me?
Just back into the studio. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I just came back from class, so I just joined immediately. What I
Okay.
can say is
Wrapping up right now. So do that in 1 minute.
all right. What I can say is that they never saw this coming. You know, they never saw this coming because they could all predict. In fact, everybody could predict that Obi's case in court would be like, you cheated me in my elections, you changed my vote and stuff like that. Nobody predicted this man of coming up with this thing. Nobody predicted it. So he took them unawares, and now they're running head-to-head. And the so-called president-elect, Baba don't travel abroad now to go medical checkup. He never even start work. He don't they travel around. Although nobody in Korama go enter their seats if things go well. So I like as everything they play. We will just they play. We watch them. They look them. Things go to happen. Everything go to unfold. And congratulations to every other state person where they are. Una don't finally get liberated after 24 years of PDP. Congratulations to Abians there. Congratulations to them. Yeah.
Okay.
Everything's in God's hands right now. I just pray that everything works out so well, because these people they are crazy. They are crazy. Or what happened in Lagos and every other state in Nigeria in this last governorship election, and they are saying we should move on. There can't be peace if there's no dialogue. There's no dialogue in this matter or coming to heal wounds when clearly you've wronged people, and the people that perpetrated this act is still walking the streets, walking around,
Right. Okay.
that
Well,
nothing can happen to them.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Michael. So you can join me next time. Who is that person?
All right.
Right
All
then.
right. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Patrick, give us our mandate. Ishore, you guys have a great night. Thank you for joining me tonight. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a great rest of the day today. Mr. Patrick, enjoy your day today. All right then. Bye.
All right, yeah. Take care.
Yes. Mr. Ishore, good night, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, sir.
Yes.
Bye-bye. So, guys, before I let you guys go, I'm just going to remind you of our wins, okay? We currently have one governor. We know we have more than that, but that's left to be discussed later. We have 6 senators for a party that said were only 4 people tweeting in a room. We have 36 House of Rep members, 36, my people, for a party that just started barely 9 months or 10 months now ago. And we have 68 State of Assembly members across Nigeria. Please, kudos to every obedient, kudos to the movement. I'm really excited. I know that this court case is going to be a walkover for us by the grace of God. We're going to be here watching and giving our own contributions as well. I know it's going to be televised, I believe, so we're going to get a chance to look at everything. All right, guys. Well, thank you very much. Don't forget, being a citizen is much better than the other 2 that was shared. It's better than being an idiot and being a tribal person. It's okay to come from a tribe. You need to be proud of where you come from. But remember, being a citizen means that you're thinking about everybody's well-being, not just your own, which in the greater scheme of things is actually much better for all of us. So let's learn to do good by each other. We don't have to, you don't have to love each other, but be kind to one another. We need to do that more. So, guys, I leave you all tonight. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, my panelists. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you, Skystream, for the super chat. I really, really appreciate you. If you have not yet subscribed, please subscribe. And I don't know if I'm going to come back tomorrow. I will play it by ear. If I don't come back tomorrow, you guys know I'll probably come back the day after. So your girl has to rest, you understand, and take care of herself as well. So, baby, thank you so much. Madam Victoria, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. I know you didn't get to speak, but it's all good. Mr. John Ochi, Mr. Onoche, I just coming. Me, I don't dey go, but you can catch the replay. Thank you. Sage, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you very much, Mirabel. Thanks for caring. I really appreciate you, my darling. Thank you. Always checking in on me to make sure everything is good. I really appreciate that. BBMJ, thank you. Thank you for your contributions. I appreciate you. It was a really good panel today. I appreciated everyone. Mr. J, thank you very much. Mr. Tunde, Michael, Patrick, and the other Michael, Mama H.O., of course, Mama H.O., Sister Rita, Mrs. Omorege, thank you all so much for joining. Mr. T, I appreciate you all, man. I really, really do. You guys make this all the worth, makes it worth the while. And Christopher, thank you very much. I appreciate you all. I really do. So Kene, thank you very much. Oh, brand new to food. I know you went to bed already, but I have to give you your flowers. Nelly, everyone that came in, highly favored, Amaka. I appreciate you all. So you guys have a great night. Nadine, thank you very much. Good night from Jamaica. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Good night also from here. Have a wonderful night, guys. Enjoy. Take care. Bye. See you on my next one. Bye.